right, YouTube. Welcome to Agassiz Speedway. We are just about to get started, and we'll have Hornets and Minis starting with hot laps as soon as everybody gets into their positions. So stand by. So, hello to YouTube, and we're getting started with our Hornet time-ins, starting with 44, Mike Peters, James standing in for Fred, who will be here shortly. First lap of 17:05. And the second a bit faster, 16.92. Next up, we have car 22 with Chrissy Morgan. Give her a warm up and see how she does. And first lap, 18.23. Second lap is faster, 17.99, just under the 18. Next up, car 58, Dalton Kuhn. It's not Dalton. Figuring out who that is. But they got a first lap, 17.13. And just a little bit faster on the second lap with 17.1. Yeah, that was Dustin Hormel in the 58. And next up in the car, 47 car, Aaron Wyatt. First lap time, 16.83 for fastest time so far. Second lap a little slower, 17.0. But still takes the fastest time with 16.83. Next up in the 3 car, Dennis Kristoff. First lap, 17.96. 17.96. Second lap at 18.43. Looked like he was dragging the tires pretty hard through those corners. Next up, car 25, Finn Dahlman. Luckily he slowed down right there in corner 3. Looks like might be some problems there, but got 18.4 for his first lap despite that. And clearly the second lap faster with no problems, 17.8. And next up, car 15, Jaden Rule. First lap, 17.79 for Jaden. Second lap, a little bit slower, 17.86. And next up, car 17, Hayden Hamill. Holden? Hamill. Holden. Here we go. Yeah, First lap, 19.05. Yeah, second lap faster, 18.64. 18.64. Next up, car 24, Jackie Robson. A little loose through corner one. See if she can pick it up. And put in a 17.21. Second lap, 17.4. And here is Al Sylvester in the 88 car. And first lap time is 16.79. That will be fast time. Second lap, 16.85. first with the minis, we've got Dylan Gordon in the number 19. He pulls in at 15.77 on his first lap. And 15.73 for his second lap. A little bit faster. And here his front end scraping along the track. Guy just needs to grind in and work it in a little bit. It'll be fine. Next up, car 22, Austin Bennett, pulls in first lap, 16.32. Second lap, 15.99. And 15.90, just a little bit faster on the second. And next up, car 88, Brandon Cholette. Brandel Cholette. First lap, 15.59. And second up a little bit faster, 15.492. And that finishes up our timings, so they'll go and have their meeting, and then we'll get on to our mains. Talk to you back soon. Well, actually, Fred will be back with you soon. Haha, there's Fred. All right, have a good time.
Check 1 2. Testing 1 2 3. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. As we welcome you back to Agassiz Speedway for this race number 4 of the 2020 season. First of 2 sessions here today, this afternoon. Hornets and mini stocks. And tonight, it'll be the 5th annual Dryco Drywall Supply Street Stock Outlaw Shootout for 100 laps. Looking forward to all of that and more here on another gorgeous day for racing. Qualifying completed a little bit ago for the mini stocks and the Hornets. Mini stocks fast time, Bradley Cholette Farrington, the 88 car, at a 15.492. Dylan Gordon second quick at a 15.737. Austin Bennett at a 15.905. In the Hornets, it was Al Sylvester, your winner here 2 weeks ago, top of the charts at a 16.791. Devin Peters driving the 47 car this afternoon, second quick at a 16.838. And Mike Peters in the 44 car, the other guy into the 16s, third at a 16.921. Dustin Hamill, the 58, fourth fastest. Jackie Robson, the 24 car, was fifth. Jaden Rule in the 15 qualified 6th. Finn Dahlman, the 25, 7th. The 03 Dennis Kristoff was 8th. The 22 of Chrissy Morgan, 9th. And the 17 car, Gary Boyko, rounded out the top 10 qualifiers in the Hornets. So getting set for racing action this afternoon, it'll be the Hornets followed by the mini stocks as we get ready to go racing. Big thank you to V-Twin Motorcycle School in Abbotsford for donating $200 to this afternoon's racing. $100 each to the two main event winners today. So we thank them, V-Twin Motorcycle School in Abbotsford. And you'll hear us talking a lot about Dryco drywall supplies today and especially tonight. Tonight, the 5th annual Dryco Drywall Supply Street Stock Outlaw Shootout. No rules, 100 laps for the street stocks later on this evening. Looking forward to that. Hi, Lori Gordon, tuning in on the Agassiz Speedway YouTube channel. We know a lot of you through the course of today and tonight will be tuning in and out amongst other happenings in the racing and sporting world. As we get ready for the Hornets, we've got wasps flying around inside the tower here just to bother us. And there'll be some stingers around, bumblebees. So again, Hornets and mini stocks in that order. We'll start giving you the starting lineups right now for the first competitive event of the afternoon. Up front in the number 22 car. Out of North Delta, Chrissy Morgan, third in rookie points 1 year ago in the number 22. To her outside will be the rookie driver this year in the 03, Dennis Kristoff. Dennis Kristoff in the 03 car. Also out of North Delta, Chrissy, brought to you by Harding Forklift, Les Hine Excavating, Rose Pedal Wax Bar, Edwards Racing, No Guts, No Glory Motorsports, No Limit Racing. Dennis Christoph, the 03, Harding Forklift, Harding Motorsports Supply sponsored entry. Row number 2, it'll be the young man out of Squamish, British Columbia, Canada. In the 25, the 16-year-old Finn Dahlman, the Carson Automotive OK Tire of Squamish, Haymack Auto Sales sponsored 25. To his outside, second in rookie points last year, the 18-year-old young lady out of Surrey is Jaden Rule. So it'll be the teenagers side by side. Row number 2, Jaden, brought to you by Goodwin's Greenhouses, Supercell Storage, BD Diesel, Heads Unlimited, Arkwright Industries, Ab Surrey Tire, S&M Auto, and Tron Fabrication. Row number 3, it'll be the lime green 58 machine. Feature winner earlier this year, also in his second year. Out of Chilliwack, Dustin Hamill. Dustin Hamill, the 58, Ken's Tire and Wheel, Master Painting and Renovations, Kinetic Signs, 89.5 The Drive. Classic Hits in Chilliwack, Dryco Window and Door, sponsored 58 car. To his outside, it'll be his father-in-law, car number 17, 66-year-old rookie at his first ever race out of Chilliwack, Gary Boyko. Gary Boyko in the 17. So we got teenagers and we got 60-somethings all in the same race. That's what makes our sport so very interesting. One of the reasons it makes it so very interesting. Not many other sports when you get them all together like this. Car number 24, that'll be Jackie Robson out of Aldergrove. Edwards Racing, Lordco Auto Parts, Captain Crunch Towing, Tow King Towing, Goodwin's Greenhouses, sponsored 24. The number 44, that's Mike Peters filling in for Bart Wardell. The Prime Collision Simons Automotive sponsored car, the championship car from last year. Bart Wardell drove it to the championship. That rear-wheel drive BMW. Car number 47, normally driven by Aaron Wyatt. Today the driver is Devin Peters, the veteran Devin Peters in the 47 car. Out of Abbotsford, defending Hornet champion on the dirt at Merritt. And car number 88, your winner here a couple of weeks ago, a fast time today. Out of Surrey, the Cat, Al Sylvester, Delaney's OK Tire, Empire Auto Parts, Action Tire, Rackham Stackham Garage, Lordco, Jaden Transport, Film Unit Greens, Chris Tires of Langley, and Jerry Calbrigo. As the field gets the 1 to go signal, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 cars for 10 laps. Our first competitive event of this afternoon's racing action. Chrissy Morgan, Dennis Christoph share the front row. Pitter patter, let's get at her. Through turns 1 and 2, down the back straightaway. And through 3 and 4 to complete lap number 1. It's Finn Dahlman, the 25. Dustin Hamill charged all the way up to second spot in the 58 machine. And then the race for third between the 03 of Christoph and the 24 of Robson. Three laps in the books. The 16-year-old out of Squamish, that powder blue 25, leading the lime green 58. The 46-year-old Dustin Hamill from Chilliwack. So Squamish leading Chilliwack. The teenager leading the 46-year-old. Jackie Robson, 24, still running third. Al Sylvester up to fourth, the 88. 03 Christoph in the number 5 spot. And we are halfway home in this one. 5 laps complete, 5 laps to go. We'll have 2 heat races for each of the 2 divisions this afternoon. with 6 complete and 4 to go. Dahlman the 25, Hamill the 58. Nose to tail, 5 car lengths back to third place, Jackie Robson. And then the cat, Al Sylvester, with Lori watching closely on the Agassiz Speedway YouTube channel. 47 of Devin Peters now runs 5th. 8 laps complete, 2 to go. Drive it like you stole it time for the top 2 as they exit turn number 2. A little contact between Dahlman and Hamill. Dahlman drifts high coming off of 4. Hamill trying to take advantage of the situation. Here comes Edwards, here comes Sylvester. White flag, 1 lap to go. Down the backstretch for the final time. Off of turn number 4, heat race win for Finn Dahlman. Hamill second, Robson third, Sylvester 4th, Devin Peters 5th. And it's Christoph, Rule, Mike Peters, Morgan, and Boyko. Well, as we say in racing, folks, it's one thing to catch them, it's another thing to pass them. The 58 of Hamill was able to reel in the 25 of Dahlman, but could not find the combination to get by. So your winner in that 25 car, the Carson Automotive OK Tire of Squamish, Haymack Auto Sales sponsored 16-year-old Finn Dahlman. Nice job, Finn. Of course, we call him Huckleberry Finn Dahlman. 2 weeks ago, we had Tom Sawyer Lind racing in the midget as well. For those of you scoring with us. All right, mini stocks, not many of them here today, unfortunately. Joey Silas, Travis George, Mark McFadden, Ralph Van Thiel all had prior commitments. And the 83 of Dayton Sargent, a violent crash practicing. The bad news, the car was heavily damaged. The good news, he's okay. But we've got the 22 of Austin Bennett out of Aldergrove, the 19, Dylan Gordon out of Surrey, and the 88, your winner 2 weeks ago, Brandel Cholette Farrington from Abbotsford. And we are green, green, green for the mini stocks. As we said, normally a lot more cars than this, but we got 3 good ones here this afternoon. Dylan Gordon with the fresh paint job, looking sharp in the red and white number 19, the former Hornet champion, leading the way. Austin Bennett running second, ahead of Cholette Farrington, the 88. Working lap number 3 of 10 on a beautiful Saturday afternoon here in Agassiz. Again, Dylan Gordon, just his second year in the mini stock. As we say, got it all painted up nicely for today's race. He's your leader, the 19. 5 car lengths back to second place, 88 Cholette Farrington. Then a couple of car lengths back to the 22 of Bennett. Will be halfway as they cross the stripe this time. 5 down and 5 to go. Like a fisherman on the Fraser River, Cholette Farrington has reeled in your leader. Gordon drifts high coming off of 4. That'll open the door for the 88 car. And he will take advantage of the situation. Side by side, Cholette Farrington, Dylan Gordon with 7 laps complete. And 3 to go. 22 Bennett hanging around in third place. Oh, Dylan Gordon trying to get the lead back through 3 and 4s. He goes to the inside. Dylan Gordon on the inside. Cholette Farrington top side. Here they come, and here comes the white flag 1 lap to go. Little puff of smoke coming out the back of the 88 car, not slowing them down though, through 3 and 4. Brandel Cholet Farrington with the win over Dylan Gordon and Austin Bennett. So Cholet Farrington, your winner of the 88 car, as we said, your winner 2 weeks ago. In the Absuri Tire, Chewy Media, Votech Communication, Melody Land Signs, West Can Auto Parts, All West Garage Doors sponsored 88. They welcome the new sponsor, All West Garage Doors. Thank you very much from Brandel and Father Ray. Dylan Gordon, a nice run for second. In the 19 of Gordon and his dad, Al Sylvester, the 88 Hornet, all with the same sponsors. OK Tire, Delaney's OK Tire in Langley, Phil Munit Greens, Jerry Calbrigo, Action Tire, Rackham and Stackham Garage, Empire Auto Recyclers, Jaden Transport, North Shore Off-Road, Birdie Massey Salvage, and Evolution Auto Performance. The 19 of Gordon, and the 22, Austin Bennett, the 17-year-old in the Rs Skidding Limited, Southern Cross Machining, sponsored 22 car. So we're going to have 2 more heat races. Round 2, you might say. 1 more for the Hornets, 1 more for the mini stocks. Before we get into the main events. Again, we thank V-Twin Motorcycle School in Abbotsford for donating $200 to this afternoon's races, $100 to each of the 2 main event winners. 89.5 The Drive, classic hits in Chilliwack, Merton GM in Chilliwack, Harrison Agassiz Chamber of Commerce, Aggressive Towing and Jack's Towing. Gardner GM in Hope, Brian's Auto Glass, Abbotsford, Finish Line Traffic Markings, RockAuto.com, Bolt-On Speed Parts, Jiffy Lube, Instaglass, Everclear Metal Recycling, Burden Propane, Agassiz Ready Mix, Armstrong, Sand and Gravel, and Timbro Contracting. All the other sponsors you see around the track and on the cars, we thank them all for their continued support. As we said, tough break this afternoon for the young 17-year-old out of Langley, Dayton Sargent. Violent crash into the wall on the back straightaway. And heavy damage to the front end of his car. And unfortunately unable to race this afternoon. But again, the bad news, a lot of damage to the car. But the main thing, the good news, is that Dayton was walking around and doing okay after a hard hit, as we said earlier today, in that nice red and white 83 machine. So yeah, Lori Gordon and Tina Cholet watching intently on that last race as their sons had a great race for the lead. All right, here come the Hornets again. The same 10 Hornets for 10 more laps. And it'll be the exact same lineup as well, with Chrissy Morgan and Dennis Kristoff on the front row, Finn Dahlman and Jaden Rule, row number 2. Jackie Robson and Dustin Hamill, row 3. It'll be Mike Peters and Devin Peters, row 4, and Al Sylvester. The only one we're missing is the 17, of Gary Boyko. So let's make it 9 cars for 10 laps. And another Hornet heat race. They'll be going 35 laps in their main event later on. As we complete, oh no, trouble on the front straightaway. Dahlman spinning wildly, and thankfully they all got by. Oh my goodness gracious, that could have been disastrous. Dahlman and 1 or 2 other cars came together exiting turn number 4, and Dahlman spinning wildly down the front straightaway, folks. I thought we were going to have a multi-car melee. How about a hand for all of them for getting by, huh? Wow. We can breathe a big sigh of relief. And Finn Dahlman and his mom and dad down in the pit area, especially so, because he would have seen a lot of things flash before his eyes right there. Wow. Yeah, that's what you call a close one there, folks. We could have had pretty much all the field involved in that. And also in the chat room, we got G-Land cheering on Dustin Hamill. He in the 58 car. So 1 lap in the book, so it'll be single file. The 03 car, the rookie Dennis Kristoff out front. 46-year-old rookie, longtime pit crew member for the legend Pete Harding in late model competition, former NASCAR Northwest Tour champion. Finally deciding it was time to get behind the wheel himself. Dennis Kristoff, the 03. 22, Chrissy Morgan. 58, Dustin Hamill, as we said, winner already this year. The 15 of Jaden Rule, the 24, Jackie Robson. 47, Devin Peters. Again, the defending Hornet champion on the dirt up at Merritt. The 44 of Mike Peters, the 88 Al Sylvester, and the 25 of Dahlman. So in our 10-car Hornet field today, we've got 7 guys and 3 girls. How many of you fans here with us today? How many of you cheering for the guys? How many cheering for the girls? How many of you don't care who wins as long as it's a real good race? That always gets the big cheer. Kristoff, the leader. Right foot goes down. Noise goes up. And as you can tell, we are back racing again. Kristoff, the rookie, looking for his first ever win. He's got a 5-car length advantage on second place right now. Good race for second. The 22 of Morgan, the 15 of Rule. The young ladies, then it's the 58 of Hamill. And Dennis Kristoff is loving that. He's loving the fact that they are racing hard for second, third, and fourth, because that's allowing him to increase his lead just a little bit in that 03 car. The rookie, the 46-year-old rookie, Dennis Kristoff. But we're not halfway through this one yet, so you've still got Devin Peters and Al Sylvester, amongst others, trying to make a charge to the front. Four laps complete, 6 to go. Hamill now second. Devin Peters now third. And Dennis Kristoff, all of a sudden, my friend, you've got some company by way of some pretty fast race cars. We're halfway home, 5 down and 5 to go. And Kristoff to the infield, and just like that, he goes from first to 8th in less than a lap. And now we look at the race for the lead. The 50, oh no, contact between the top two. Peters and Hamill come together, and Peters will sneak by on the inside, and he'll try and take Sylvester with him. This will be 7 laps complete and 3 to go now. The veteran Devin Peters as Sylvester moves into the runner-up spot. So we got a couple of veteran drivers out front. Hamill now third, Jackie Robson a solid fourth, with now 2 laps to go. 8 complete, 2 to go. Al Sylvester, does he have anything for the 47 of Peters as they work their way off of 2 down the back straightaway? Sylvester trying to figure out a game plan here now as they'll look at a white flag. 1 lap to go. Devin Peters, 47. The Cat Al Sylvester, the 88. So he said it's one thing to catch him, it's another thing to pass him. Nose to tail down the back straightaway. Peters low, Sylvester looks high. Off of 4, heat race win, Devin Peters. Sylvester second, Hamill third, Robson, Dahlman, Peters, Rule, Morgan, and Kristoff. Well, first it was Kristoff, the 03. Then it was Hamill, the 58. In the end, it was the 47, the car normally driven by Chilliwack's Aaron Wyatt, the veteran driver Devin Peters, picking up the win in the 47, but not by much over an always strong Al Sylvester in the 88. Hamill third, Robson fourth, and Finn Dahlman in the number 5 spot. Well, if those Hornet heat races are any indication of what we'll be looking forward to in the main event later on, it should be a good one. One more for the mini stocks. And it looks like we're going to have to do this one without the 88 car of Cholette Farrington. We started the day with 4. We lost Dayton Sargent hot lapping. Cholette Farrington, hopefully he'll make it back for the main event. That took us to 3. So we're down to 2. It's kind of like a match race. So we've got the 22, Aldergrove Austin Bennett, and the 19 of Surrey's Dylan Gordon. NHRA style. To the green flag. (19) Gordon, 22 Bennett. Again, Dylan Gordon, the former Hornet champion, second year in this division. Gets better every time out. And the same could be said for the 22 of Bennett, former Rookie of the Year, now in his 3rd year in the mini stocks, one of the many graduates of the Langley Quarter Midget Association. Some good test and tune time for these guys. In this, just the 3rd Hornet race, 3rd Hornet and mini stock race of the year. And the young drivers and the drivers new to their respective classes, it's all about seat time. It's all about lap time. as they get more and more comfortable. 6 down and 4 to go. Good race out there. 19 Gordon, 22 Bennett. There's only 2 of them, but they are putting on a heck of a show for us. You got bragging rights on the line. Every time you hit the track, you want to win, right? Eight laps complete, 2 to go. Gordon, Bennett, here they come. And here comes the surrender flag one more time around. Side by side, off of 2, Dale the back straightaway. It's going to be a drag race to the finish line. Austin Bennett by half a car length over Dylan Gordon. And that, my friends, is one of the best 2-car races I've ever seen. How about it for Austin Bennett and Dylan Gordon? Nice job, guys. Austin Bennett, the 17-year-old out of Aldergrove, the Ars Skidding Limited Southern Cross Machining sponsored entry. And as mentioned, and Brandel, you'll be okay for the main event, right? Brandel, you'll be back for the main event, right? You bet. Brandel and Ray working on the 88 car. Looks like they've got Dayton helping out there as well. As we said, Dayton Sargent, terrible crash this afternoon. So we're going to take a break in the action and let the guys and gals do a little work on the car, maybe have a little sip of Gatorade or Powerade or water. Even though the temperature is not super hot here today, I'd say probably just in the low 20s or low 70s Fahrenheit. The way the track is laid out here, the pit area is kind of sunk down low, and there is no airflow really at all down there, so it gets very hot down in the pits, even if the air temperature isn't super hot. And as soon as you come over to this side of the racetrack, come up in elevation or go to the other side of the track off the backstretch, you get a little bit of a breeze, but there's not much of it down in the pit area. So these days can get pretty long with, as we said, the hot weather. And you got to remember to stay hydrated and make sure you're wearing a hat. So, all right, folks, we will take a break. Main events are coming up. 35 laps scheduled for the Hornets, 30 for the mini stocks. Then don't forget tonight, later on, I know you won't, we'll get things going at around 7:30 for the 5th annual Dryco Drywall Supply Street Stock Outlaw Shootout. 100 laps and over $1,000 to win. And again, we'll come back on at around 6:30. We'll have all the hot laps, qualifying, heat races, and main events later on tonight. So we'll take a break here before the Hornet and mini stock main events. You're watching live action from Agassiz Speedway on the Agassiz Speedway YouTube channel. Hornets, line up, please. Hornets, line up for your main event, please. 35 laps. The scheduled distance coming up in a matter of moments. So as we said, race fans, the Hornets have had 2 races already this year. It was Dustin Hamill with his first ever career main event victory on opening night. And then 2 weeks ago, Al Sylvester, the veteran. So will we have a repeat winner here today, or will it be a new face in the winner's circle? Or could it be a possible first time ever main event winner? We will soon find out. Of course, busy motorsport weekend, not so much in these parts, but around North America, NASCAR, busy. 6 races in 3 days at Dover, Delaware. They raced the trucks last night along with ARCA, and today they're racing both Xfinity and the Cup Series, and they'll do that again tomorrow. And tomorrow morning, it will be the Indianapolis 500. What a world we're living in. The Indianapolis 500 in August instead of May, normally with 200,000 plus fans. Tomorrow, there won't be any. Originally, they were going to let them have 25% capacity, which still would have been 50,000 spectators. Then they said no, so that's tomorrow morning. Marco Andretti on the pole, average speed of over 231 miles an hour. They do have a full 33-car field. 2 Canadians will race tomorrow. James Hinchcliffe starting 6th in an Andretti Motorsports car. And young Dalton Kellett driving for A.J. Foyt in his first ever IndyCar oval track race. No pressure, Dalton. First ever oval track race at an IndyCar, and it's the Indy 500. 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. USAC Silver Crown cars on the pavement last night and tonight at Lucas Oil Raceway in Indianapolis. Then they'll be on the 1-mile dirt track tomorrow at the Indiana State Fairgrounds. World of Outlaws in North Dakota. Kyle fricking Larson. Are you kidding me? Another win last night. The guy is it's just unbelievable what he is doing in the world of sprint car racing this year. Kyle Larson last night on the last lap, out of nowhere, getting around Logan Schuchart for the win. Rumor has it he will be in a Tony Stewart-owned car next year back in the Cup Series. There's also been some other rumors, though. Indy cars, even a Formula One rumor going around this week, because you know the whole racing world is watching what he is doing this year. Tested a dirt late model the other night as well amidst his crazy schedule. How you guys doing here in the grandstand? There's a few of you out here today. How you guys doing, all right? How many Vancouver Canuck fans? How about those Canucks? Are you kidding me? Knocked off Dallas to get into the playoffs, and last night they eliminated the Stanley Cup champion St. Louis Blues, and it wasn't even close last night. 4-0 lead going to the third, and then 6-2 the win. Winning the series 4-2. Vancouver Canucks against the Seattle Kraken starting tomorrow. How about that, huh? Las Vegas Golden Knights. Seattle really in the NHL? Vegas really in the NHL? Yes. No, Seattle's not in yet. They're coming in next year. But Canucks against Vegas. The Western Conference semifinals, or the quarterfinals overall, are down to the final 8. Vancouver and Vegas. Dallas and Colorado in the West. In fact, they play game 1 of that series tonight. And then it'll be old school Philadelphia against New York Islanders. Daryl Parayko. Just like back in the 80s, huh? The Flyers against the Islanders. I was thinking of you this week, Daryl. Every time I heard Colton Parayko's name, I thought of you. How about that, huh? We talked about that last year. A Parayko and a Tarasenko on the same St. Louis team. Both coming from Agassiz Speedway to the NHL as the band plays Who'da Thunk It. Yes, spelled a little differently, I know. But yeah, Parayko and Tarasenko on the same team. Both former winners here at Agassiz. So yeah, Islanders and Flyers, and then it'll be Tampa Bay against Boston in the other series. So there is potential for a Vancouver-Boston or Vancouver-New York Islander Stanley Cup final, which would be flashbacks of years gone by. Anyway, pretty crazy world we're living in when we're talking about the Indy 500 in August with no fans and Stanley Cup playoff action in the summer with no fans. But it is what it is, as they say. All right, Hornets lined up, ready to go. 35 laps. The distance, Chrissy Morgan, the 22, and Dennis Kristoff, the 03. Finn Dahlman, the 25. The 15 is Jaden Rule. The 24, Jackie Robson, again, one of 3 young ladies in this race. And the 58 of Dustin Hamill. The 47 is Devin Peters. The 44 is Mike Peters. The 17 car is Gary Boyko. And the 88, your winner here 2 weeks ago and your fast qualifier today, that is Al Sylvester. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 cars for 35 laps, the distance. Again, 7 guys against 3 girls. It'll be a second-year driver and a first-year driver on the front row. How about a hand for them, race fans? There they are, the Hornets. Again, I ask you, how many are cheering for the guys? How many cheering for the girls? Guys, girls, how many of you don't care who wins as long as it's a real good 35-lapper? All right. Chrissy Morgan, Dennis Kristoff, front row. Here we go. Kristoff, just like in the heat race, to the early lead, the 03. Finn Dahlman, second, the 25. Jackie Robson, third, the 24. As we complete lap number 1. Kristoff, Dahlman, Hamill, Robson, Peters with 2 laps in the books as they go 3 wide into turn number 1. 03 Kristoff, 58 Hamill, 25 Dahlman. Robson the 24. Four laps in the books. The 16-year-old Finn Dahlman, your new leader, the 25. 58 Hamill, again the winner here on opening night. Now running second, 24 Robson is third. Devin Peters, 47, Al Sylvester, 88. That's your top five after 5 of 35. Your top 5 drivers, 4 guys and 1 girl, have broken away from the rest of the field. Dahlman, Hamill, Devin Peters, Sylvester, and Robson. Then it's Christoph the 03, Morgan the 22, Mike Peters the 44, Jaden Rule, and Gary Boyko. Everybody's still on the lead lap as we are working lap number 9 of 35. A great 5-car battle for the lead right here, right now, as we complete lap number 9. The bright colors of powder blue and lime green up front, but they're joined now by the black and red 47 down the back straightaway. Devin Peters on the outside of Finn Dahlman. Lead change. Devin Peters, your new leader in the Aaron Wyatt-owned 47 car. As they come up on the rookie Boyko, the 17. The race now is for the runner-up spot. 25 Dahlman, 88 Sylvester, 58 Hamill, and the 24 of Robson. As we complete lap number 12, working our way towards halfway, which will be 17 and a half if my mathematics are correct. Sylvester now second in the 88. 25 of Dahlman third. Hamill and Robson. Still Christoph, Morgan, Peters, Rule, and Boyko, 6th through 10th. Eight, 10 car lengths, the advantage for the veteran Devin Peters. Again, driving this 47 car, owned by Aaron Wyatt, normally driven by Aaron. But Devin has a lot of laps here in the Hornets and some in the late models. Sylvester, the 88, still running second. 25 of Dahlman still third. 58 of Hamill. 24 of Robson. We are working lap number 17 right now, which means we are almost halfway. 17 laps complete, so in half a lap we will be halfway. Heavy traffic for the leaders now, as we're exactly halfway through this 35-lap main event. First of 3 main events here today and tonight at Agassiz Speedway. Mini stocks will be next, and 100 laps for the Dryco Drywall Supply Street Stock Outlaw Shootout race tonight. Jackie Robson out of shape in turn number 4. She gets back going again, but not before the yellow flag. Our first yellow flag right about the halfway point in this 35-lap extravaganza, if I can use that word. Lori Gordon, Tina Cholette, G-Lan, Charmaine cheering for the cat as well. We say hi to all of you, the Agassiz Speedway YouTube, bumblebees or stingers, Hornets on the track, Wasps in the tower. As we get everybody lined up back in their proper positions. 17 complete. 18 laps to go. Devin Peters, the leader of the 47. Again, he's the defending Hornet champion on the dirt up at the Merritt Speedway. He's raced quite a bit here in the Hornets over the years, a couple of races in the late models as well, so he's got a lot of laps under his belt here at Agassiz. Al Sylvester, the 88, running second. So we said your fast qualifier today and your winner here 2 weeks ago. Finn Dahlman, the 16-year-old out of Squamish, third in the 25 car. The 58 of Dustin Hamill. Winner here earlier in the year. (03) Christoph, 15 Rule with Marco Rizzo as crew chief today. Marco's already got the 00 street stock in the pit area. Nice to see Marco back after a hard crash here 2 weeks ago. Wasn't sure if he'd be here tonight or not. The 44, Mike Peters in the Bart Wardell championship car from last year. 22, Morgan. 17, Boyko. And 24, Jackie Robson. Tough break for Jackie. She was running fifth and now at the back. Devin Peters, 47, Al Sylvester, 88, 25, Finn Dahlman, 58 of Hamill, and the 03 of Christoph. Your top five. So it is Devin Peters, the 47. He is the captain of the ship, the leader of the pack. He's the guy out front. He's the engine pulling the train around the Agassiz Speedway. He's a lot of things. And he's been fast. And we're green. One more time. On a beautiful Saturday afternoon. Just past 3:30 local time. If you're tuning in from points abroad on the YouTube channel. Like the old days here at Agassiz, an early start in the afternoon. Used to race Sunday afternoons when there was no lights here at the track. As we are going again, and we got a great race for the lead. The 47 of Devin Peters, the 88 of the Cat, Al Sylvester. A couple of veteran drivers setting a torrid pace. It'll be 20 laps complete and 15 to go this time. And then the race for third, the 25 of Dahlman, the 58 of Hamill. Jaden Rule up to fifth in the 15 car. So we got a great race for the lead. We got a great race for third. Hard to know where to focus your attention. I kind of got one eye on one battle and one eye on the other. Going a little cross-eyed doing it. It's tough to do. Sylvester right there. Listen closely. Knocking on the door like a kid at Halloween on the back bumper of the 47. Coming up on the lap car of Boyko. Sylvester tried to sneak by on the inside of Peters. Couldn't quite do it. Again, still the race for third. Dustin Hamill now third ahead of Dahlman. Although Dahlman tries to get it, but they come together racing for third. But we stay green as they swap more than a little paint there through 3 and 4. As I said earlier, hard to know whether to watch the race for first or the race for the lead. The race for third or the race for the lead. The race for first is the race for the lead, Fred. All of this with 10 laps to go. 25 in the books and 10 laps to go now. Devin Peters all of a sudden has opened up 5-6 car lengths on Sylvester as they cross the stripe in front of us. And now we watch the race for third. It's a ring-a-ding-dong dandy. The 16-year-old of Dahlman and the 46-year-old of Hamill. Inside the final 10 laps. Mike Peters now into fifth in the 44 car. And challenging Hamill now for fourth, the 44 of Mike Peters in the Bart Wardell car, now fourth. Hamill may have a tire going down or some kind of problem in the 58. Hamill is slowing. It looks like he may pit. The 58 has had a good day, but his day is over. Tough break for your winner here earlier this year. It'll be 30 laps complete and 5 laps to go right about now. 5 to go. Al Sylvester's going to have to pedal hard if he wants to catch Devin Peters. Remember, $100 on the line in this one. A little traffic in front of the leader. Working lap number 32. Sylvester will try and take advantage of the situation. Heavy traffic for the leader. Devin Peters off of turn number 4 as we complete lap number 32. Peters and Sylvester both trying to get around the 15 car of Jaden Rule, and they do. But now there's only 2 laps to go. 2 laps to go. A couple of car lengths separating the 47 and the 88 for the lead. 25 Dahlman is third. 44 Mike Peters is fourth. Jackie Robson is fifth. Here come the leaders. Here comes the white flag. 1 lap to go. Sylvester's going to throw everything at the 47, including the kitchen sink, as they head down the backstretch. Final turn, final time. For the first time this year, Devin Peters wins it. Sylvester, a great run for second. Here comes the race for third. It will go to the 16-year-old out of Squamish, Finn Dahlman. 44, Mike Peters takes fourth. It will be Jackie Robson with a nice top 5 in the 24 car. Jaden Rule, Dennis Christoph, Chrissy Morgan, Gary Boyko, and Dustin Hamill. So it's the 2 veteran drivers that finish in the top 2, the 2 guys with the most laps at Agassiz Speedway under their belts. And Devin Peters picks up the win in the Aaron Wyatt 47 car. Again, this car normally races on the dirt at Merritt with Aaron Wyatt behind the wheel. Devin Peters jumps into it today and wins the 35-lap main event over Al Sylvester. Nice run, Al. And Finn Dahlman. A nice job of driving by Finn Dahlman, the 16-year-old from Squamish, with mom and dad make the trip down here pretty much every race. Finn races a little bit on the dirt, as well as the guys in Merritt. He races up in Pemberton. So nice job as well to Al Sylvester and Finn Dahlman, second and third. And Dustin Hamill had a nice run going all day long, but unfortunately wasn't able to finish in the 58 car. So the mini stocks are coming up next. There's your winner, Devin Peters. Nice job, Devin. So he said quite a few laps here in the Hornets and a few in the late models as well. Raced here last year with the Westcar Series. So as we said, a lot of laps here and putting the experience to use in that one. Likewise for runner-up Al Sylvester in the 88. Daryl Pareko, our flagman. Jim Olson, our photographer. We're just missing one thing. Well, we're missing 2 things, actually. We're missing a trophy girl and the trophy. But No trophy girl these days with social distancing. But there's the trophy. Now we got the hardware for Devin Peters. Congratulations, Devin. And thank you, Daryl. And thank you, Jim. So now we've got the mini stocks coming up with Brandel Cholette Farrington and Dylan Gordon and Austin Bennett. But because they've only got 3 cars, we are going to add the 3 fastest Hornet cars to this race as well to try and make it a little bit more interesting. So we're going to add Al Sylvester, Devin Peters, and Finn Dahlman. So the fastest 3 qualifiers, no coincidence, end up being the top 3 finishers in the Hornet main event. They are going to join the mini stock race, as we said, just to make it a little more interesting and entertaining for you. You know, trying to give you value for your dollar. Except those of you watching on the YouTube channel, you're getting all of this for free. $30 laps for this next one. And again, a big thank you to V-Twin Motorcycle School in Abbotsford. $100 to Devin Peters, the 47, the main event winner. And there'll be another $100 going to the mini stock main event winner. Plus, we thank Jiffy Lube, 2 locations to serve you in Chilliwack. Oil change for the second place finisher in both of these races as well. So that'll be Al Sylvester and TBA in the mini stocks. Again, a big thanks to all of our great Agassiz Speedway sponsors. 89.5 The Drive, classic hits in Chilliwack. Merton GM in Chilliwack. Harrison Agassiz Chamber of Commerce. Aggressive Towing and Jack's Towing, the new tow truck services of Agassiz Speedway. Gardner GM in Hope, Brian's Auto Glass, Abbotsford, Finish Line Traffic Markings, RockAuto.com, Bolt-On Speed Parts in Chilliwack, Jiffy Lube, as we said, 2 locations in Chilliwack, Instaglass, Abbotsford and Chilliwack, Everclear Metal Recycling in Mission, Burden Propane, 3 locations to serve you, Agassiz Hope in Abbotsford, Agassiz Ready Mix, Armstrong Sand and Gravel here in town, Timbro Contracting in Agassiz. And a big thanks to Mainland Construction Materials and Wind Van Paving for doing quite a bit of paving for us here at the Speedway over the off-season. Donated all of their supplies and all of the manpower, and would have cost us about $25,000 had we had to pay for it. So again, thanks to Mainland Construction Materials and Wind Van Paving, and a big thanks to Rick and Brady Rogers for organizing that. Now, all the other sponsors you see around the track and on the cars, we thank them all for their continued support. Race fans, for all the latest news and information, go to AgassizSpeedway.com. Check the Facebook page as well. And Leslie McKellar's Agassiz Speedway fan Facebook page. We say hi to Leslie and Bob, tuning in up in the beautiful Okanagan, to Pat and Ernie Shepanowski watching in Chilliwack. Pat and Ernie, hello to you. To our good friend Sean Holbert down in Everett, Washington. He's really looking forward to the Dryco Drywall Supply Street Stock Outlaw Shootout tonight. He was at Skagit on Thursday night, watching history. We talk about these teenage drivers, folks. It really is unbelievable in all the classes all around the world now. When I was growing up, a lot of the tracks and series, you had to be 18, 19, USAC even, you had to be 21 years old to race with them. Then modern day, it's kind of always been 16 and up, and now you've got drivers as young as 14 and 15, and history was made on Thursday night at Skagit Speedway. Up until that point, Travis Roots from Langley, 16 years old, was the youngest main event winner ever at Skagit. On Thursday night, 14-year-old Colby Thornhill of Enumclaw, Washington, won the 360 sprint car main event. Unbelievable. Well, here they come, folks. Mini stocks with some Hornets as well. So your regular mini stock field, the 22 Austin Bennett out of Aldergrove, the 19 Dylan Gordon from Surrey, and the 88, your winner here 2 weeks ago, Brandel Cholette Farrington from Abbotsford. Then we've got 3 Hornets joining the field. The 88 car, second place moments ago, Surrey's Al Sylvester, racing against his son in the 19. The 25 of Finn Dahlman out of Squamish, and the 44 of Mike Peters from Surrey. 30 laps, the scheduled distance. It'll be interesting to see how the Hornets do in comparison to the mini stock. '22 Bennett, 19 Gordon, 88 Cholette Farrington, another 88 Sylvester, Dahlman, and Peters. Again, 88 Cholette Farrington, the winner here 2 weeks ago. The winner here earlier in the year, Joey Silas, not able to be with us here today, unfortunately. Again, after this one's over, we will sign off, and don't forget to join us tonight. We'll be back on the air on the YouTube channel around 7:30 for the Street Stocks qualifying heat races and the 100-lap feature. Green, green, green. So we're going to have kind of 2 separate races going on here. The mini stocks and 3 Hornets out there as well. And again, lots of extra seat time for these guys and gals here this afternoon. Now we got father and son racing in this race as well. Dylan Gordon, the 19, and his dad, Al, in the 88 Hornet. Dylan Gordon setting the early pace in that good-looking red and white number 19 car. Still a little upset as Pittsburgh Penguins got knocked out by the Montreal Canadiens a couple of weeks ago. Don't know how that happened with a stacked Penguins team, but it did. Dylan Gordon, the 19, 88 Cholette Farrington, 22 Austin Bennett. Those are the mini stocks. Then the Hornets out there as well. Dahlman, the 25, Sylvester, the 88, and not Bart Wardell. That's Mike Peters in the 44 car. It'll be 5 laps complete this time. 5 laps complete. And we are going 25 laps in this one. Breaking news just in. As we approach 4 o'clock local time. So we got the race within the race. The Hornets out there as well. Dahlman, Sylvester, and Peters. But it's Dylan Gordon leading Brandel Cholette Farrington for the lead in the mini stocks as they come up on the traffic here in just a bit. Side by side through 3 and 4. Cholette Farrington down low, Dylan Gordon upstairs. where Fonzie used to live at the Cunningham House. You remember that? A lot of stuff went on up there. 9 laps complete, which means we're working lap number 10 of 25, which means 12 and a half will be halfway, I think. 12 and a half times 2, yeah, that's 25, Fred. So 10 laps complete now, 10 down, 15 to go. Dylan Gordon looking for his first ever mini stock win. He's won many times in the Hornets, as a former Hornet champion. But Cholet Farrington hooked up and hauling the mail the last couple of years here in that purple, gold, and white 88 car. Great race for the lead through 3 and 4. Cholet Farrington with the advantage by about half a car length over Gordon. And the 22 of Bennett. Al Sylvester and Finn Dahlman having a great race as well. They're racing 4th overall, but they're racing for 1st as their race within a race, if you can follow all of that. All right, we are past halfway now with 14 laps complete and 11 to go. $16 in the books. 9 laps remain. All right. If Dylan Gordon is going to try and make a move, he's going to have to do it right now as Cholet Farrington comes into some traffic. But he's dealing with it well so far. As the 88 of Cholet Farrington gets around the other 88 of the Cat. Again, thumbs up to these Hornet guys, Sylvester, Dahlman, and Peters, for coming out and joining the mini stocks in this one. Working lap number 20, which means it'll be 5 laps to go next time by for that purple, gold, and white 88. The old Los Angeles King colors. LA Lakers colors, if you like. Cholet Farrington, he's got it on cruise control now. 10-15 car lengths ahead of second place Gordon. With 21 complete, 4 to go. Gordon still running second. Austin Bennett third. Sylvester over Dahlman and Peters the rest of the way. Street stocks all lined up right now to get into the pit area. We can see them off into the horizon beyond turns 1 and 2. As your leader crosses the stripe with 2 to go, which means white flag next time by. Cholet Farrington in the 88 car. White flag, 1 lap to go for your leader. Into 3 and off of 4, it'll be back-to-back main event wins for Brandel Cholet Farrington. Dylan Gordon, his best finish in a mini stock for second. Austin Bennett, a nice run for third. Al Sylvester, the 88. Finn Dahlman, the 25. And Mike Peters in the 44. And that will do it right right on schedule at 4 o'clock, just the way Daryl planned it. So we'll have a trophy presentation for Brandel, and then we will load up the Hornets and the mini stocks into or onto the trailers. They will vacate the pit area, and then we'll invite in the mini stocks, the street stocks, I should say, to get ready for their evening of entertainment. The street stocks, of course, once they get in, they will have 2 hours to make whatever changes they want to their race cars. There's your winner, Brandel Cholette Farrington, back-to-back. Nice job, Brandel. 2 weeks ago, and again, here today with proud father Ray, turning the wrenches. Daryl, Sean, and Jim taking the photos. Again, big thank you to the sponsors, Votech Communications, Absuri Tire, Melody Land Signs, Westcan Auto Parts, and the new sponsor, brand new sponsor on the 88 car, All West Garage Doors. Congratulations, Brandel and Ray on another win. And again, nice job, Dylan Gordon, his best mini stock finished second. Austin Bennett third, Sylvester Dahlman and Peters. So as we said, folks, we will empty the pit area of Hornets and mini stocks. We'll bring in the street stocks, and here's how it's going to work tonight. When they enter the pit area, the street stocks must be legal under your track's regular street stock rules, whatever your track you've come from. Then, once they get through tech, everyone has 2 hours to do whatever they want to their cars. They can take out weight, they can put on wider, softer tires, they can mess with the aerodynamics, take off fenders or hoods, they can put on a spoiler or a wing, whatever they want to do to try and tune up that engine a little bit as well. They got 2 hours to do that. We'll run some hot laps, we'll have qualifying heat races, and then 100 lap feature race later on tonight that will pay a minimum of $1,000 to win. We've got over $3,000 in prize money up for grabs tonight. We'll already give a big shout out to Dryco Drywall Supply, 3 locations, Burnaby, Surrey, and Langley. And thanks to Warren Curry for organizing it all and his company, Coastline Drywall. I want to thank Everclear Metal Recycling in Mission, Instaglass in Chilliwack and Abbotsford, Jiffy Lube in Chilliwack, and Bolt-On Speed Parts for kicking in extra money as well to the purse tonight. So those of you in the main grandstand area, thank you so much for joining us here this afternoon, and those of you watching on the YouTube channel as well. So we're going to take a couple of hours off here from the broadcast. We'll be back around 7:30. You might want to tune in. We'll keep the stream going the whole time. But if they do get done, their tech and the changes to the cars, we will start maybe a little bit earlier. But scheduled to come back with qualifying around 7:30 or so. But again, you might want to check in around 7 o'clock. A full program tonight of hot laps, qualifying, heat races, and 100 laps. The distance tonight. It'll be the 5th annual Dryco Drywall Supply Street Stock Outlaw Shootout. We mentioned earlier 4 previous races, 4 different winners: Al Tarand, Russ Luke, Paul Tarand, and Billy Beasley. Will we have a repeat winner, or will it be a new winner? You'll have to join us tonight to see. All right, folks, that'll do it for this afternoon. Congratulations to our winners, race fans. Thanks so much for joining us. And we will talk to you around 7:30 tonight for the 5th annual Dryco Drywall Supply Street Stock Outlaw Shootout. We'll see you then. Well, good evening once again, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and welcome back to Agassiz Speedway for the second half of our doubleheader here today. Earlier this afternoon, we had Hornets and mini stocks, and tonight it's the fifth annual. That's right, fifth annual Dryco Drywall Supply Street Stock Outlaw Shootout. Whether you're here live in person or watching online all around the world on the Agassiz Speedway YouTube channel, we welcome you to this annual event. We have got, as of right now, over $3,700 in prize money this evening. And a big shout out to all the fine folks that stepped up, most notably Dryco Drywall Supply and Coastline Drywall. A big thank you to Warren Curry with Coastline Drywall, Mike Rush and Company with Dryco, and all those fine folks for coming back for another year. Dryco Drywall Supply with locations in Burnaby, Surrey, and Langley to serve you. And a big thanks as well to Everclear Metal Recycling in Mission, Instaglass, Chilliwack and Abbotsford, Jiffy Lube in Chilliwack, and Bolt-On Speed Parts in Chilliwack for all helping us bring you the 5th Annual Dryco Drywall Supply Street Stock Outlaw Shootout 100 laps later tonight. And again, we talk about the Outlaw Shootout, and that's exactly what it is. Throw the rule book out the window. No rules, no holds barred, over the top rope, falls count anywhere. Battle Royal, that's what we're looking at. To sum it up, folks, I will tell you this. When the Cars and Stars that you'll be watching tonight entered the pit area at 5:30, your car had to be legal under your track's regular street stock rules. Then everyone had 2 hours. Some of them used the full 2 hours. Some used 15 minutes. They could do whatever they wanted to do to the race cars. Some took out weight. Some put on wider, softer tires. Aerodynamics, do what you want. Take off fenders or hoods. Put on a spoiler or a wing like a couple of the guys have done tonight. There are some wild-looking machines, aren't there? Anyway, it's going to be interesting to see what shakes down tonight. A little different this year, because this is the first year that we will have qualifying and heat races as well as part of this event. In previous years, we'd run our regular night of racing and then just run a main event, which was usually just 50 laps at the end of the night. But a full program here this evening of hot laps, qualifying, heat races, and then 100 laps, the scheduled distance. Unfortunately, we were hoping for a few more cars, but you know, folks, as you know, I don't have to tell you, we are living in some crazy times right now, so that makes it difficult to begin with. We've got one car here from Penticton. We were expecting 3 or 4, but of course the terrible fires up in the South Okanagan area right now, some of the guys and gals had to stay home and make sure their property was guarded and tended to during these difficult times. So we miss them. Of course, thoughts and prayers go out to all of them, and hopefully they're able to stay safe. Same situation for a couple of guys on Vancouver Island as well. But we have got 11 pretty cool street stocks here tonight, and we're going to do our best to put on the show for you. Barring any more financial donations, right now the winner at the end of the night will take home $1,000. $700 for second place, $500 for third, $400 and $200 for the top 5. Everyone else will go home with a minimum of $150. Warren Curry, Coastline Drywall, has put up a $100 bonus for fast time tonight. It'll be interesting to see what that is compared to our regular street stock racing action. Billy Beasley has donated $100, who, by the way, is the defending champion of this race. Billy Beasley drove the 38 car to victory here a year ago. Has put up $100 for 8th place tonight. And Billy Coles in the 70 car, our friend from Penticton, has put up another $100 bonus to the last car that is running at the checkered flag tonight. So as we said, almost $4,000. In fact, I'm just updating my notes here right now. It is now over $4,000 in total prize money. How about a big hand for all of our sponsors tonight, huh? As we said, it's the 5th annual event. 4 previous years, 4 different winners. Al Tarand in 2016, Russ Luke in 2017, Paul Tarand in 2018, and last year, Billy Beasley in the number 38 car. Bill Scouten, the regular driver, will be driving here tonight. Again, we welcome all the fine folks here tonight from Dryco Drywall Supply. As we said, 3 locations to serve you, Burnaby, Surrey, and Langley. For more information, you can go to dryco.ca. Also, again, want to thank the Twin Motorcycle School for donating $200 this afternoon. $100 to the Hornet main event winner. And $100 to our mini stock main event winner, Devin Peters, winning the Hornet main event over Al Sylvester earlier today. And it was Brandel Cholette Farrington over Dylan Gordon in the mini stocks earlier this afternoon. Again, we know a lot of you, as we said, watching on the Agassiz Speedway YouTube channel. We do have the chat room going, of course, online. And it's kind of funny, about 10 minutes ago, somebody asked the question, what's going on with the sound? We can't hear Fred announcing. Well, it's because Fred hadn't started announcing yet. There's Brandel and Ray just outside here to our right. How you doing, guys? Good to see you. Congratulations. You spent that $100 yet? Already spent. Parts for the race car for the next race. Good to see you good to see you hanging around for tonight's race, guys. And as we said, those of you watching on the YouTube channel, we know lots of racing going on all over North America this weekend. 6 NASCAR races at Dover, Delaware this weekend. The Indianapolis 500 tomorrow. USAC races at Indiana last night, tonight, and tomorrow. World of Outlaws in North Dakota. So we know a lot of you bouncing around on the different pay-per-views and so on. We'll probably be one of, if not the last event racing in North America tonight. So anybody you know that's anywhere in the world, tell them they can watch all of our action. And it's free. Hot laps continue. And it looks like that should do it for hot laps, or practice laps, on this gorgeous Saturday night. Good thing we weren't racing last night or the night before. I'll tell you, amidst all the heat wave that we've had the last couple of weeks, it was pretty wet around here the last couple of evenings, but a beautiful day and a beautiful evening here this evening. Looks like we are now up to $4,100 in prize money, another $50 just donated from our good friends in the Hornets, Dennis Christoph and Chrissy Morgan, $25 each to the leaders of lap 3 for the 03 of Dennis, and lap 22 for Chrissy's number. Thank you, Dennis and Chrissy. Again, according to my unofficial math, I was never that good in math. Those of you that know me know that. I was more of a English, social studies, economics kind of guy. But here's how it shakes down. $2,600 from Dryco Drywall Supply and Coastline Drywall. $1,000 from Bolt-On Speed Parts. $500 from Instaglass. $250 from Everclear Metal Recycling. Oil changes from Jiffy Lube. $100 Fast Time from Warren Curry and Dryco and Coastline. $100 from Billy Beasley. $100 from Billy Cole. Good thing Billy Bell's not here tonight. That'd get really confusing. And then another $50 from Dennis and Chrissy. So that's it for practice laps. Qualifying time trials are coming up. And as we said, this is the first time we've had qualifying and heat races for this event. The regular Agassiz Speedway track record held by Cale Woodsky is a 14.749. So take your best guess as to what you think it's going to be. During the hot laps, again with groups of cars on the track together, we were in the 14.4, 14.5 range. And of course, we want to thank all of our regular Agassiz Speedway sponsors as well, including 89.5, The Drive, Classic Hits in Chilliwack, Merton GM in Chilliwack, Aggressive Towing, and Jack's Towing, the Abbotsford, Gardner GM up in Hope. The new Rambo statue in Hope this week. Sylvester Stallone looking good, putting Hope on the map again. Brian's Auto Glass, Abbotsford, Finish Line Traffic Markings, rockauto.com, Bolt-On Speed Parts, Chilliwack, Jiffy Lube, 2 locations in Chilliwack. Instaglass, Abbotsford, Chilliwack, Everclear Metal Recycling in Mission, Burden Propane, Agassiz Ready Mix, Armstrong Sand and Gravel, right here in Agassiz. Timbro Contracting here in town, and Mainland Construction Materials, and Winvan Paving. They did a lot of our paving that we had to do, patching portions of the racetrack through the off-season. All the other sponsors you see around the track and on the cars, we thank them for all of their support, and we thank all of you for your support as well. This race number 4 of the 2020 Agassiz Speedway season. It is our 50th season of racing here. We had all kinds of pomp and pageantry and celebrations planned this year. We're going to wait till next year so we can do it upright for all of that. But we're glad to be racing. I mean, Penticton Speedway and Agassiz Speedway, that's been pretty much it in British Columbia this year. They have not turned one lap on Vancouver Island yet this year. Nothing up in Merritt this year. Nothing in Prince George, Quesnel, Williams Lake, etc. Pemberton may have raced once, but pretty much just Pemberton and Agassiz. Great to see, though, amidst all the craziness, that Western Speedway in Victoria will hold the Canada 200, albeit just for late models this year on the Labor Day weekend. Sunday, September the 6th. It'll be late models only. Normally they have late models, street stocks, dwarf cars, vintage cars, etc., etc. Just late models, no fans, driver and 1 crew member only, which is going to be tough for some of those late model teams that sometimes have 5, 6 guys, gals on the pit crew. But the race will be broadcast live on Czech TV in Victoria. So Sunday, September the 6th. And right now we will already wish Corbin Thomas from Langley, Dave Hembrick from Delta. Of course, Corbin drives the Dave Key-owned car from right here in Agassiz. Good luck as the former 3-time champions, Corbin Thomas and Dave Hembrick, try and go for their 4th Canada 200 championships. And Elliot Klug, good to see you, Elliot. We look forward to seeing you and all of the dwarf car drivers and crews, the West Coast Focus midgets, and vintage racers here for our next race coming up in 3 weeks, 2-day show. It's going to be different. It's going to be a lot different, just like all the races are this year, but we got the same dates, the week after Labor Day, the same 3 classes. Friday and Saturday, September 11th and 12th. It'll be the 4th annual Fred Rannard Sr. Open Wheel Classic. Again, we'll have it live on the Agassiz Speedway YouTube channel for you. Check the website and the Facebook page in the upcoming weeks for more information. Again, coming up in 3 weeks. Dwarf cars, West Coast Focus midgets, and vintage racers from all around British Columbia for a very rare Agassiz Speedway 2-day show. Week after Labor Day, September 11th and the 12th. Strange not to happen to remind you fans about the concession stand or the souvenir booth being open. Of course, on my usual list of reminders on race nights. And of course, we're limited to the numbers we can have, both in the pits and in the grandstands. But as we say, we are here, we are racing. And that's the main thing, and anybody that can't be here can at least follow us on the YouTube channel. Qualifying is coming up in a matter of moments. Qualifying order decided at random, and qualifying results will determine the heat race lineups later on tonight. And heat race finishes will determine the main event lineup later on tonight. Hi to Ron Michaud and Ted Willis chiming in on the chat room. Let us know where you guys are out there and where and how you're watching from. Some of you with your feet up on the couch at home. Got us on the big screen. Maybe you're out at the lake or out on the porch having a nice cold beverage and watching on the laptop or the iPad or the phone. And some of you still 8 o'clock right now, West Coast time, 11 o'clock back east, still watching the final laps of some of the other races going on around North America. Or maybe watching the hockey game. There's a hockey game tonight. Dallas and Colorado going at it. By the way, folks, how about those Canucks, huh? How many Canuck fans out there tonight? First they knocked off Dallas, then into the official playoffs, and first round they're going up against the defending Stanley Cup champion St. Louis Blues. And boy, last night, folks, I expected a close nail-biter. It was no contest. 4-0 after 2, a 6-2 Canuck win. They didn't even need Game 7 to eliminate the defending Stanley Cup champion St. Louis Blues. So it's on to the quarterfinals or the Western Conference semifinals. Tomorrow night, Vancouver against the Seattle Kraken. No, hold on a minute. No, they don't come into the league till next year. Vegas. Las Vegas? They don't have a hockey team, do they? Las Vegas? Actually, yes, they do. Remember a few years ago they made it to the finals in their first year? So it'll be the Canucks against the Golden Knights starting tomorrow, another best of 7. Colorado, Dallas in the other Western Series, and back east it'll be old school from the 70s. Billy Smith and Brian Trottier and Clark Gillies and Gary Howitt, the New York Islanders against Bernie Parent and Dornhofer and Bobby Clark, Ed Van Imp, the Philadelphia Flyers. Remember when Nystrom scored that overtime goal to win the cup for the Islanders that year. So Islanders against Flyers, and then it'll be Tampa Bay against Boston. So how about if it was Vancouver-Boston in the finals, huh? It'd be something. Even Vancouver Islanders. Flashback from 1982. And as we said, lots of racing going on all over North America this weekend. Indianapolis 500 tomorrow morning, 10 o'clock on NBC. 33 cars, no fans. All right, folks, qualifying. Here we go. And look at this, will you? Ray Jones sprint car wing on the top of this, the 43 car. As we said, anything goes. And how cool is that? Right there, that is worth the price of admission alone tonight, isn't it? And it's not Richard Petty. It's the real deal, Steve Van Meel, in that beautiful Pontiac Ventura, number 43 car, brought to you by Harding Forklift, Ray Jones Motorsports. Steve Van Meel, out of Langley, the 55-year-old that came out of a 20-year retirement to race this year. Former Hobby Stock Rookie of the Year here at Agassiz. As he takes the green flag for on the track now, the 00 car, first year in the street stocks, in his first race here 2 weeks ago, involved in a violent crash down in turn number 1, worked solidly the last 2 weeks to get back out here. The 19-year-old out of Chilliwack, Marco Rizzo. Super Marco Rizzo in the 00, first year in the street stocks, moving up from the Hornets. The Goodwin's Greenhouses, Absuri Tire, Arkwright Industries, Able Construction, Super Self-Storage, sponsored entry. Elliott looking good, bringing out the Luongo jersey. You betcha. Tron Fabrication, Hymac Industries. Thank you, Steve Dyer. Heads Unlimited, BD Diesel, S&M Auto, and Mr. Home Inspector. Super Marco Rizzo, first lap was a 16-1-6-1. 16-1-6-1. And the former Rick Turon, 00, 76 Camaro. Can he get into the 15s? Not quite. It'll be a 16-198. Well, this is the car that won this race last year with Billy Beasley behind the wheel. He's taken the front fenders off. The 67-year-old second-year driver, second in rookie points here last year from Chilliwack, Bill Scouten. Bill Scouten in the 38 car. Lou's Grill, Tony's Garage, Superbrush Signs, sponsors, and a salute to all the first responders out there. Bill Scouten, Chilliwack. Big Chiefs fan. Got a few Chiefs fans in the house tonight. Bill Scouten stops the clocks at a 15.278. 15.278. As we said, second in rookie points last year, and he will spin in turn number 4. So that means his official time will be the first lap of a 15.278. Bill Scouten, if you're scoring with us, that'll be an SCHOUTEN. Again, we know there's a few of you scoring at home with us. Leslie McKellar, Pat Shepardowski, Sean Holbert. No relation to former Skagit late model champion Mike Hurlbert. A little different spelling there. On the track now, the number 47 car. Took a couple of years off. Nice to have him back this year for his second race. It's a rare 1976 Buick Apollo for the White Rock Brake and Wheel sponsored. Number 47 from beautiful White Rock, Darren Barrett. Darren Barrett. In the 47 machine. Qualifying just underway, if you just joined us, for the 5th annual Dryco Drywall Supply Street Stock Outlaw Shootout. First lap for Barrett, 15.960. So far, Steve Van Meel, the only guy into the 14s. Second lap better for Barrett at a 15.828. Now this guy will be in the 14s. The question is, how low will he go? For the former champion of this race and the 4-time defending street stock champion from Langley, Paul Terrod. Oh, he is hooked up in Hall of the Mail already. Look at this. Paul Terrod in the Tron Fabrication Roots Racing. Sponsored 1969 Chevelle. The winner here a couple of weeks ago. And the winner of this race 2 years ago. He is flying. Again, the street stock track record's a 14.749. I'm guessing 14.2. Let's watch. How about a 14.1? 14.179. Could he crack the 13s? Could he get into the 13s on the second lap? Oh, so close. 14.086. You like apples? How about them apples? The all-time late model track record here is a 13.7. Up next, the 66 car. Nice to have this guy back with us tonight in the TC Backhoe service. Al's Auto Wrecking sponsored entry out of Langley, Troy Sheen. Troy Sheen, third year in the street stocks, moving up from the Hornets. You can watch Troy and his TC Backhoe working all over the lower mainland and various construction sites. Troy Sheen out of Langley. First lap for Troy is fourth fastest at a 15.324. 1.5324. As the sun sets on this hot August night. Second lap almost the same at a 15.335. First lap a little better. Look at this. Look at this. He is your street stock track record holder. He had the plexiglass sideboards on both sides. He took off the right side. This is going to be a great time, too, out of Abbotsford, the 21-year-old Cale Woodski. Cale Woodski, third in this race, second in this race, but he's never won it. For the former street stock, mini stock, and midget rookie of the year with wins in all three classes, he is your street stock track record holder. As he takes the green flag in the SKE Enterprises, Tron Fabrication, Alder Steel Mart, Terry Price, Shark Trucking, sponsored 27 car. Woodski second quick at a 14.1. 14.190. Can he take fast time from Paul Terrod on the second lap? He is hauling the mail. Second lap. Oh, so close at a 14.098. Woodski, 14.098. Paul Terrod, a 100th of a second better at a 14.086. Pitted side by side, good friends, and just that close in qualifying. Our only out-of-town car here this weekend, and we salute him for being here. the former Penticton Speedway track champion from Penticton. Let's welcome Billy Coles. Billy Coles in the 70 car. Great to have him here with us. As we said, we were expecting 3 or 4 more cars from Penticton, but the forest fires unfortunately kept them at home. This is going to be a good time. I'll bet you it's third quick. It is third quick. Coles at a 14.7, 3.5. Just ahead of Van Meel's 14.9. See if he can improve on the second lap. It'll be a little slower to 14.8, 2.7 first lap. Third fastest at a 14.7, 3.5. Well, this is the guy that helped set up this race, as he does each and every year, in the Dryco drywall supply, coastline drywall, AA rubbish removal. Number 12 car, out of Langley, Warren Curry. Warren Curry, 2014 Camaro. It's true, says Kurt Engel. It's true. 2014 Camaro. When I saw it here on opening night, I said, this is too nice a car to race. See what he can do on his first lap. It'll be a 16.117, 16.117. Again, this car and the 00 of Rizzo involved in that terrible crash here 2 weeks ago in turn number 1. This car was spun sideways and the 00 T-boned him right on the driver's door. Second lap better for Curry, the 15.707, which is 7th overall. Johnny Beaupre drove the car here 2 weeks ago. Warren Curry back behind the wheel. Up next, we saw his brother earlier set fast time. Another former street stock champion who's finished second in points twice in his rather quiet 1973 Chevelle. Out of Surrey, this is Keith Tarrant. Keith Tarrant. Heads Unlimited Action Tire, True Seal Products, BC Road Safe, RecycleYourAuto.com. Thank you, Lester Brothers. And, of course, his brothers, Tron Fabrication Incorporated. Keith Tarrant, the 44. Unfortunately, Rick not able to race tonight. First lap for Keith is 4th fastest at a 14.929. Can he move into the top 3 on his second lap? Keith Tarrant powers off of turn number 4. Second lap will be better. Still 4th fastest at a 14.850. So Paul Tarrant, 14.086. Cale Woodsky, 14.098. Billy Coles, 14.7. Keith Tarrant, 14.8. Van Meel, 14.9. The fastest so far. Up next, he's raced 3 years, 3 different cars, 3 different numbers, just to confuse announcers and lap checkers, just kind of easy to do. He finished second in points at Penticton Speedway last year. He's won 2 of the 3 main events here this year. From Chilliwack, Derek Lewis. Derek Lewis, just a second night out here in the 75 car. Derek brought to you by Bolt-On Speed Parts, Valley Radiator, Vicks Exhaust, Roland's Machinery, Precision Race Engines, and Fountain Tire of Chilliwack. The 54-year-old with Rob Krickemeyer turning the wrenches. Let's see what he can do. First lap is 5th fastest at a 14.861. 1.4861. Derek Lewis, not Roy Blumenhagen. Derek Lewis, flashbacks to that 75 car from Langley and Skagit. Second lap, much better, up to 3rd. 3rd fastest for Derek Lewis at a 14.648. And that'll do it. So the former 4-time and defending track champion and a former winner of this race, Fast time tonight at a 14.086. Give it up for Paul Tarrant. $100 headed his way already, courtesy of Dryco Drywall and Coastline Drywall. Paul Tarrant, 14.086. Kale Woodsky, 14.098. Derek Lewis, the 75, 14.648. Billy Cole's fourth quick at a 14.735. Keith Tarrant qualifies fifth in the 44 car at a 14.850. Steve Van Meel, the only other guy in the 14s at a 14.952 in the 43. 38 of Scouten, 7th. 66 of Troy Sheen, 8th. The 12 car of Curry is 9th. Barrett, the 47 car, 10th. And Rizzo, 11th in the 00. So I was guessing 14.2s. Doug Roots, he was guessing 14.2s. Hot laps, they were going 14.4s and 14.5s, but that's fast, folks. As we said, the regular Agassiz track record is a 14.7, and Paul Tarrant and Kale Woodsky almost into the 13s, just a hundredth of a second apart. Paul at a 14.086 and Kale at a 14.098. So they'll be having a drivers' meeting in a matter of moments, and then heat race action prior to our 100-lap feature tonight. Again, over $4,000 in prize money on the line tonight. It'll be a minimum of $1,000 to win the main event, $700 for second, $500 for third, $400 and $200 the top five. Everyone else will get $150. Then Paul Tarrant already got $100 for fast time from Dryco and Coastline Drywall. Billy Beasley donated $100 for 8th place tonight, and Billy Coles donated $100 for the last car running in the 100-lap main tonight. Again, Dryco Drywall Supply, 3 locations to serve you, Burnaby, Surrey, and Langley. Coastline Drywall putting up $2,600. Bolt-on Speed Parts, $1,000. Instaglass, Chilliwack and Abbotsford, $500. Everclear Metal Recycling in Mission, $250. And Jiffy Lube, with 2 locations to serve you in Chilliwack. A couple of free oil changes as well. Big thanks to all of them. And a big thanks to Warren Curry from Coastline Drywall and Mike Rush and all the fine folks from Dryco Drywall Supply here with us tonight. So we're going to take a break for the drivers' meeting. Racing action coming up in about 10-15 minutes. You're watching the 5th annual Dryco Drywall Supply Street Stock Outlaw Shootout live from Agassiz Speedway. Well, they've just wrapped up the drivers' meeting in the infield. How about a round of applause for all of our drivers and crews and officials here tonight? As we welcome you back to race number 4 of the 2020 season, and this is the 5th annual Dryco Drywall Supply Street Stock Outlaw Shootout. Race fans, this past week we lost a member of our Agassiz Speedway family when Lynn Lewis passed away. She lived here at the Speedway with her husband Rob, who handles all of our track maintenance. She was a wonderful lady, and she is going to be missed by all of us. Lynn was just 67 years of age. Now at this time, we ask you all to please rise, remove your hats, and join us in a moment of silence as we remember Lynn Lewis. Thank you all so much on behalf of all of us and the Lewis family. As we said, we are one big family here at the racetrack, and Rob and Lynn, as we said, live right here, and obviously it's been a tough week for Rob and his whole family, but he has been comforted by all of his great friends and a lot of his family that made the trip down here over the last couple of days from Williams Lake and the surrounding areas. And nice to see Rob here with us this evening. Mention all of the great sponsors helping out tonight. And as I said, I was never really that good at math. I just double and triple checked. I believe we are now up to $4,600 tonight. Man, those that prize money could increase from those numbers we're talking about earlier. And again, thank you as well to Dennis Christoph and Chrissy Morgan for their $25 donations as well to the leaders of lap 3 in the main event for Dennis's 03 car, and lap 22 for Chrissy's number 22 machine. So heat races will be the first events on the agenda tonight. We'll have 2 of them. They'll be lined up straight up by qualifying times. Finishing order of those heat races, the 210 lappers, will determine the starting order of the 100 lap main event coming up later on tonight. Again, if you joined us late, wonder about the rules for this deal here tonight. Well, really, there aren't any. No, put on a spoiler or a wing like Cale Woodsky or Steve Van Meel have done tonight. Looking good, guys. Anything else they wanted to do. And the result was lap times almost into the 13s tonight. Again, heat races and 100 laps of competition still to come here tonight. But before we go racing here tonight, we ask you again to all please rise, remove your hats, and join Dave Bulkwell, our good friend in the singing of O Canada. Dave?
Thanks, Freddie. Good to be back in the tower doing the anthems. We never thought this would happen at the start of the year, did we? Anyways, welcome, and let's get ready to go. O Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love, in all thy sons' command, with glowing hearts we see thee rise, the true north strong and free. from far and wide. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God keep our land glorious and free. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Thanks, Dave, and great to have you with us again here tonight. As you said, and we've been saying all season long, strange times we're living in, but a credit to everyone here, the drivers, the crews, the staff of Agassiz Speedway for making this happen, because as I said earlier, Penticton Speedway and Agassiz Speedway, pretty much the only tracks in British Columbia that have raced this year, and a credit to all of them.
Yeah, and then Penticton is fighting the possibility of the fire coming over the hill, so let's keep them in our minds and our prayers, because that means a lot to the people up in their area. In fact, I think we missed 3 or 4 cars here tonight because of the fire, so keep those guys up there in your prayers, because a lot of them are in danger of losing their homes this weekend.
Absolutely, and of course, we mentioned Western Speedway in Victoria haven't raced this year, but they're going to go ahead with the Canada 200 for late models on Labor Day weekend, so good for them for that. And Dave, again, all of the great people that stepped up here tonight, the sponsors and individuals led by Dryco Drywall Supply and Coastline Drywall, over $4,000 in prize money that will be shared by the 11 drivers, and we can't thank all of those fine folks for the donations enough, can we?
No, that's they've stepped up. When we walked in the door, there was probably $2,500 of money up, and then it just started to come in, and people were contributing. Even a $100 bill from Billy Beasley. I can't believe that. But he won the show last year, and he's not driving this year. He's having a little problem watching, I think. But we'll let Bill drive the car, and we'll have fun.
Thanks, Dave.
Thanks, Freddie.
So again, 2 10-lap heat races will kick off the evening's entertainment. Lined up straight up by qualifying time. Finishing order will be the starting order for the main events later on tonight. And here they come up front, the 38 car out of Chilliwack, Bill Scouten. Car number 66 from Langley, Troy Sheen. The number 12 car from Langley, that is Warren Curry. The 47 out of White Rock is Darren Barrett. And the 00 from Chilliwack, the 19-year-old Super Marco Rizzo. Heat race number 1. The 5th annual Dryco Drywall Supply Street Stock Outlaw Shootout. 4 years we've had this race. 4 different winners. Al Teron, Paul Teron, Russ Luke, and Billy Beasley. Hey fans, you ready to go racing tonight? All right, we hope those of you watching YouTube are as well. Terry Willison, Ron Michaud, Murray Jones, hi to all of you, our great friends that aren't able to be with us here. Pitter patter, let's get at her. And away we go. The 67-year-old second-year driver, Bill Scouten, early leader in the 38. 66, Troy Sheen right there. Listen closely, knocking on the door like a kid at Halloween. Then the race for third, the 12 of Curry, the 47 of Barrett, the 00 of Super Marco. You can watch the laps go by on the scoreboard if you're here live. Watch them go by on the lower part of your screen if you're watching online as well, as we complete now lap number 3 of 10. Still Scouten, the 38, leading Sheen, the 66, but not by much. A great race for the lead and a race for third as well. 47 Barrett leading Curry and Rizzo. 1 lap away from halfway. Rip roaring, slipping and sliding around the Agassiz Speedway on this Saturday night. And we are halfway home. 5 complete, 5 to go. We saw it earlier today in our Hornet and Mini stock racing. It's one thing to catch the car in front of you. It's a whole other thing to pass the car once you do catch him. Troy Sheen trying to get that figured out right here, right now. Right on the rear bumper of the 38 car, but can't find the combination to get around just yet. With 7 complete and 3 to go. Barrett, Curry, and Rizzo. 8 laps complete, which means white flag next time by. Bill Scouten and Troy Sheen race for the lead. Through 3 and 4, white flag, 1 lap to go. Down the backstretch for the final time. As cool as the other side of the pillow, Bill Scouten victorious over Sheen. Barrett, Curry, and Rizzo. So your winner, as we said, 67 years young, second in our rookie points last year. That's right, he was a 66-year-old rookie here last year. In the Lou's Grill, Tony's Garage, Super Rush, Signs and Lines, sponsored car from Chilliwack. Put your hands together for Bill Scouten. Scouten, your winner over a very determined Troy Sheen. So heat race number 2. He is coming right up. It'll be another 10-lap extravaganza. As we said, Indianapolis 500, don't forget, it's not May, it's August. And they'll do it with no fans at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning live on NBC. Marco Andretti, the third-generation superstar, on the pole with an average speed of 231 miles an hour. Scott Dixon will start alongside him in the second spot. He's my pick to win it. 2 Canadians in the race. James Hinchcliffe will start 6th in an Andretti Motorsports car. And the youngster Dalton Kellett driving for the legend AJ Foyt, 2 Canadians in the 33-car field. Tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock. Of course, traditionally run the Memorial Day long weekend in the U.S. in the month of May. Usually over 200,000 people there. Tomorrow, 0. So Heat 2 coming up, and again, we've got plexiglass sideboards on the 27 car. We got a sprint car wing on top of the 43 car. And all kinds of fenders and hoods missing and weight taken out and wider, softer tires put on. And they are led by the X car. Your fast qualifier tonight for the 4-time champion and a former winner of this race, out of Langley, Paul Turan, the number 27. Second quick tonight. He's finished second in this race. He's finished third. Could he win it tonight? From Abbotsford, Cale Woodsky. The 70 car, former Penticton Speedway track champion from Penticton. That is Billy Coles. The 44, former track champion here from Surrey. Remember that great racing family? That's Keith Turan. And car number 43, as we said this year, coming out of a 20-year retirement from Langley, the real deal, Steve Van Meel. And just coming out onto the racetrack right now will be the 75 car, your third fastest qualifier tonight. Winner of 2 out of the 3 main events we've had here this year. But he won those races in a different car. That is Derek Lewis. Six cars, 10 laps. Here we go. Again, the fast guys start up front in this one. Paul Turan and Cale Woodsky side by side. So he said you got the plexiglass sideboard on the 27 car. No fenders, no hood on the X. And a sprint car wing on top of the 43. Other than that, it's business as usual. Turan just turned a 14.2 on his second lap. This is like old NASCAR modified racing out there tonight. Open wheels, or maybe the old dirt late models that used to run those plexiglass sideboards down in Oregon and California. It is wild and crazy as we complete lap number 4, which means we'll be halfway next time by. 2-car breakaway, Paul Turan, the X, Woodsky, the 27. Your 2 fast qualifiers. Halfway home in this one, 5 down, 5 to go as Keith Turan pulls to the pits. Billy Coles runs third, the 70. Van Meel fourth, the 43. As your leaders coming up on the 75 of Lewis. Well, I'll tell you something, folks. These top 2 fastest cars tonight both turned 14.0 qualifying laps. Woodsky just turned a 14.2. Turan just turned a 14.3. There is not much to choose between these 2 guys so far tonight as we complete lap number 8. 8 complete. Paul Turan, Cale Woodsky, Coles, Van Meel, and Lewis. Here they come. Here comes the white flag. 1 lap to go. A Sunday drive on a Saturday night for Paul Turan. Ahead of Woodsky, Coles, Van Meel, and Lewis. Well, folks, as we said, they qualified a mere 1/100th of a second apart from one another, both at a 14.0. They were both turning laps of 14.2s and 14.3s in that heat race. How many of you are looking forward to seeing them go at it for 100 laps later tonight? I also. Me too. So Paul Theron wins it in the Tron Fabrication Roots Racing sponsored X car. As we've talked about, 4-time a defending street stock track champion and a former winner of this race back in 2018. Even finished second in late model points here one year. Finished 1 point behind Rob Angus in the championship race that year. And in this, our 5th annual Dryco Drywall Supply Street Stock Outlaw Shootout, as we said earlier, we've had 4 different winners in our first 4 years: Al Theron, Paul Theron, Russ Luke, and Billy Beasley. So we're going to take a pause for the cause, a break in the action, a chance for Terry Willison, or maybe Dave Willison, or maybe Aaron or Ryan to go grab a nice cold, what will it be tonight? I don't know. You guys decide for me and have one for me as you're watching tonight at home. Ron Michaud, our good friend Ron, tuning in from beautiful Courtney, BC. Ron, we certainly hope to see you here in 3 weeks for Dad's memorial race. And Murray Jones. Murray, we miss you out here in the 55 car, my friend. I'm still laughing about the comment on the chat room earlier tonight, and how come Fred's not talking? Well, because we hadn't started anything yet. That was like at 6 o'clock or something. Kind of interesting to see the comments here as we go along. And we thank you for the feedback. As we said, Ted Willis just drove by Agassiz Speedway in Prince George. Gates all locked. So sad on a Saturday night. Boy, you got that right. You got that right. And unfortunately, you can say that about a lot of racetracks and, well, sporting venues all around North America. So strange as you look around the racing world. Some tracks aren't racing at all. Some are racing with no fans. Others are racing with a limited number of fans. And other places, business as usual. And some of those tracks are getting record crowds because of the fact that there's so little other entertainment of any kind for people to go to watch. But again, hello to all of you here in attendance and all of you tuning into the big broadcast. Again, we welcome you to the Agassiz Speedway, where it's just past 9 o'clock local time. We know a lot of the other races, of course, back east, central time zones are over now, or almost over now. And again, we do want to remind all of you tuning in. We mentioned to our fans here in attendance moments ago, due to popular demand, the 4th annual Fred Randers Sr. Open Wheel Classic will take place as planned, coming up in 3 weeks. The big 2-day show, same dates, the week after Labor Day, same 3 classes: dwarf cars, midgets, and vintage racers, Friday and Saturday, September 11th and 12th. 4th annual Fred Randers Sr. Open Wheel Classic. And again, for more information in the upcoming weeks, check the Agassiz Speedway website and the Facebook page. Of course, we'll have it all for you live on the Agassiz Speedway YouTube channel, but looking forward to seeing all of our good friends, the cars and stars of the West Coast Focus Midgets, the dwarf cars, and the vintage racers, coming to us from, of course, all around the Lower Mainland, Vancouver Island, and the Okanagan as well. As we mentioned earlier, Tyson Cross, the vintage racers, Troy Globe in the midgets, and Kyle Kennedy in the dwarf cars, looking to defend their championships. Coming up in 3 weeks, a rare Agassiz Speedway 2-day show, Friday and Saturday, September 11th and 12th. Graham Cook, good to see you, Graham. Again, back with us from beautiful Campbell River / Penticton. Used to see Graham race a lot down at the Grays Harbor Raceway in Elma, Washington. Won a couple of main events down there over the years, along with fellow Vancouver Island drivers Jason Bolio and Lawrence O'Connor. You never know who you're going to run into in the pits or in the grandstands. Ross Maxwell, or is that Maxwell Ross? I'm guessing Ross Maxwell. Got the old last name first going there. Gets tough when you got a man with 2 first names. Not that Maxwell's a common first name, but Derek Donald, Dave Ralph, etc. Never know which is first and last. It's a good one there, Ross or Maxwell. Taylor Sinclair. Taylor, are you kidding me? What's up, old friend? Yes. Good to see your name tuning in. Ron Michaud, as I say, Ron, I was never that good at math. Inside jokes for those of you not able to view the chat room. And don't forget, folks, if you're here live in the pit area or in the grandstand, all these races are archived on the Agassiz Speedway YouTube channel. So you can, if something real exciting happens out there, which often does, you can watch them again out there forever in the internet, interworld wide web thing, which means Fred has to be oh so careful, but he always is, isn't he? oh so careful about what he says. I'm usually pretty good about that, usually. Who's getting ready for 100 laps? I can hear you here at the Speedway, and I can hear, almost hear those of you at home. As I say, when I say that, I can hear the ice cubes clanking around in the glass amidst your whatever beverage you're choosing tonight. Unless you're having a beer, not too many people put the ice cubes with the beer. Some do. Probably the same people that drink beer out of a straw. Doesn't happen a lot. Drinking beer out of a straw with ice in it. Whatever works for you. Terry Willison, what would she be having tonight? Something in orange juice, maybe. Ron Michaud, maybe after a big meal and a couple of Budweisers or Coors Lights, maybe it's time for a Bailey's on the rocks. Again, race fans, 100 laps, the scheduled distance for this one here tonight. Again, this is a whole new ball game this year. Previous years, it was just a main event run at the end of the night after our regular races were complete. Tonight's the first time we've ever had qualifying and heat races. And usually in the past, we have gone 50 laps. Tonight, 100 laps for $1,000 to win. All part of the 5th annual Dryco Drywall Supply Street Stock Outlaw Shootout. And traditionally in May, the night before the Indy 500, I give my Indy 500 and Coca-Cola World 600 predictions. So to keep the tradition kind of sort of going, I will predict, I'll look into my Agassiz Speedway crystal ball, which is actually a bottle of water tonight, and I will say that Scott Dixon will win his second Indianapolis 500 tomorrow. While at the same time, I will wish Ontario drivers James Hinchcliffe and Dalton Kellett all the best. James Hinchcliffe driving for Andretti Motorsports and Dalton Kellett for the legendary A.J. Foyt. A.J. Foyt, Al Unser, and Rick Mears, the winningest drivers in Indy 500 history with 4 each. Yes, folks, look at this, huh? That's quite the scene, man. With a sprint car wing on top of the 43 car. A sprint car wing from an old Ray Jones sprint car on the 43 of Van Meel. And the plexiglass sideboards. They're not using many of the hockey rinks around these days, so I think they took that out of the Prospera Center, or maybe the old Chilliwack Coliseum, from the end glass, and use that plexiglass on the side of the 27 car. Hot lapping earlier today, they had them on both sides. They took off the right side, kept it on the left. Shades of the old posse dirt late model days in Oregon and Washington. All right, folks, we've got the field lined up in front of you right now. We're going to introduce the field from start to front. Unfortunately, the 44 of Keith Teron is our only scratch. So we'll go 10 cars for the 100 laps. On the pole, the number 70 car visiting us from the beautiful South Okanagan in the Penticton Speedway. Number 70, the former Penticton Speedway champion. Welcome, Billy Coles. To his outside, the 43. It's not Bubba Wallace. It's not Richard Petty. Coming out of a 20-year retirement to race with us this year in the Harding Forklift. Ray Jones Racing sponsored entry from Langley, the real deal, Steve Van Meel. Inside row number 2, it's the 75 car, the winner of 2 of our 3 main events already here this season in the Bolt-On Speed Parts Valley Radiator Vicks Exhaust sponsored entry from Chilliwack, Derek Lewis. Car number 38. This is the car that won this race last year with Billy Beasley behind the wheel. The second-year driver, second in rookie points last year out of Chilliwack, the 67-year-old Bill Scouten. Inside row number 3, the 66 car, third year of the street stocks after moving up from the Hornets, the TC backhoe service, Al's Auto Wrecking, 66 from Langley, Troy Sheen. To his outside, the 47, nice to have him back here with us this year. In the White Rock brake and wheel, 47 car from White Rock, Darren Barrett. Car number 12, nice to have him back here with us as well after a violent crash a couple of weeks ago. He's the guy that organized this whole thing in the Dryco drywall supply, Coastline drywall, AA rubbish removal, 2014 Camaro, that's right, out of Langley, Warren Curry. To his outside, 1976 Camaro for the first year street stock driver after moving up from the Hornets. In the Goodwins Greenhouses, Ab Surrey Tire, Arkwright Industries, Able Construction, 00 from Chilliwack, the 19-year-old Super Barco Rizzo. Side by side, row number 5, your 2 fastest qualifiers here tonight. In the X car, the 4-time a defending street stock champion and the winner of this race back in 2018 in Latron Fabrication, Roots Racing, X from Langley, Paul Teran. And to his outside, as we said, with the plexiglass sideboard alongside your second quick qualifier here tonight. Second in this place last year, third in this race 2 years ago. Can he win it here tonight for the first time in the SKE Enterprises Tron Fabrication Alder Steel Mart? Terry Price, sponsored 27 from Abbotsford, the kid, Cale Woodski. And race fans, that is your starting lineup. "100 laps, the scheduled distance in this one. And remember, to finish first you must finish. You can't win it on the first or the second lap, but you can sure lose it early. Just hang around. Just hang around, stay on the lead lap for at least the first half of the race and then see what shakes down after that. $1,000 to win, $700 for second place, $500 for third, $400 for fourth, $200 for fifth. Everybody guaranteed $150. Those of you here in attendance, and heck, why not, even those of you watching at home, let's get everybody up on your feet. Why not, huh? You bet. Everybody up. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, this is the 5th annual Dryco Drywall Supply Street Stock Outlaw Shootout. This is your feature main event. Let them hear you, Agassiz. Weaving back and forth, warming up the tires. We watch the race up front. Of course, we'll watch the X and the 27 work their way through the field. Lights are turned off around the Agassiz Speedway as they get the 1-to-go signal, which means it's time, yes, it's time to batten down the hatches. Somebody quickly lock the door. Things are gonna get wild. Billy Coles, Steve Van Meel, front row. Here we go. Into turns 1 and 2, down the back straightaway. Penticton BC's Billy Coles to the early lead. He will lead lap number 1. 75 Lewis second. Van Meel with the sprint car wing on top, running third. Working lap number 3 of 100 around this tight quarter-mile bull ring where they go downhill on the front straightaway. Carry a lot of momentum into that first turn and then uphill on the back stretch. Billy Coles, Derek Lewis race regularly against each other up at Penticton over the last couple of years. They're the top 2 right now. Van Meel still third, the 43. Paul Theron, your fast qualifier, up in a 4th in the X car. Scouten running 5th in the 38. Woodski, Shane, Curry, Rizzo, and Barrett with 5 complete. Lap traffic soon to come into play for the 70 of Coles, the 75 of Lewis, and now the X of Tehran. With 9 laps in the books, your top 3 have broken away from the field. Woodski running 4th in the 27. We are 1/10 of the way through this one. So we said at the top, you really got to pace yourself. Normally these races are more like a sprint. This is a marathon. So we said just make sure you're around in the late stages. Toss a blanket over the top 3 as they put a lap on the 00 car. Still the 70, Penticton's Billy Coles leading Chilliwack's Derek Lewis and Langley's Paul Theron. Woodski not far behind. Your top 3, toss a blanket over them. Somebody. Or maybe a Vancouver Canuck flag. Good luck to the Canucks tomorrow in Edmonton against Vegas. Tehran around Lewis into second as we complete lap number 15. The 70 of Billy Coles, the X of Paul Theron, 75 Lewis, 27 Woodski. Side by side for the lead down the back straightaway. Lead change. The X of Paul Theron. Your fast qualifier from the back to the front in 17 laps. Tehran the leader. The X, the 70 of Coles still running second. 75 of Lewis third. 27 Woodski hanging around that number 4 spot. 5th place is the 38 of Scouten. Van Meel, Sheen, Rizzo, Curry, and Barrett. The 44 of Keith Theron, the only one unable to start the main event tonight. We got a fire in the 00. Oh no! 00 Rizzo quickly off the track. Looks like the flames may have extinguished themselves. Still a little bit of fire out from underneath the 00 car. Fire crew on the scene immediately. Marco Rizzo, in just his second night in a street stock, his first night here 2 weeks ago, involved in a terrible crash in turn 1 with the 12 car. And Rick Turon, really a strange situation that you don't see happen very often. Usually a fire results from either an accident or fire from the engine area. This was from the back end of the race car. You'd have to suspect some sort of fuel leak or fuel line issue. Anyway, it flared up while he was going, but as he slowed down and pulled off the track, it looked like it almost extinguished itself. Anyway, obviously good news. Fire, pretty much the scariest thing that you can have happen as a race car driver. How about a hand for Marco Rizzo? So we said the 19-year-old moving up from the Hornets this year. And what a wild and crazy start to his street stock career. So we are under caution after 20 laps. Yellow flag laps do not, I repeat, do not count. Paul Theron, the X, from the back to the front, took the lead on lap number 17. Your leader, the 70 of Billy Coles, runs second. Led a good portion of the first 17 laps. Derek Lewis, the 75. Third, 27 of Woodski, fourth. The 43 of Van Meel and the 66 of Troy Sheen. Those are your lead lap cars. Then it's the 12 of Curry, the 47 of Barrett. And if he could make it back, which I somehow doubt, it would be the 00 car. So we are under caution after 20 of 100. Paul Theron, one of 4 former winners of this race. Al Theron won it the first year. Then it was Russ Luke. Then it was Paul Theron. And last year, Billy Beasley. So Paul Theron, the only one of those 4 here racing with us tonight with a chance to repeat. Traffic lights are off, which means we anticipate a green flag next time by. Single file restart. So that means Paul Theron is the engine pulling the train around the Agassiz Speedway. He hits the loud pedal, and it is a loud one tonight on that X car. And we are green again. Paul Theron already picked up a $100 bonus earlier tonight. For fast time, he'll try and pick up a $25 bonus by leading lap number 22. Thanks to Chrissy Morgan for that. Right there. So Paul Theron could be adding at least $125 to his winnings. Well, he will be adding $125 at least to his winnings already this evening. the 70 of Cole, 6-7 car lengths back, running second. 75 of Lewis, the 27 of Woodski. Those were your 4 fastest qualifiers earlier tonight. And no coincidence, those fast guys, no matter what the format is, they usually, not always, but usually seem to find their way to the front of the pack, don't they? .25 complete. We're 1/4 of the way through. This, the 5th annual Dryco Drywall Supply Street Stock Outlaw Shootout. Fred Renner Jr. coming to you live from Agassiz Speedway, Agassiz, British Columbia. If you are joining us late back east, maybe watching us race out here for the first time, hello to all of you, wherever and however you're tuning in. Again, the great race for 2nd and 3rd right now. As Tehran is kind of checked out, just like you do at the hotel on a Sunday morning, slapped his keys on the counter at the front desk. But still a long way to go in this one. The race for 2nd, it's a good one. 70 of Coles, 27 Woodski now 3rd, 75 of Lewis in 4th, 38 of Scouten still running in the number 5 spot ahead of Van Meel, Sheen, Barrett, and Curry. The race for 2nd off of turn number 4. Woodski underneath Coles and Cale Woodski now in the runner-up spot in that good-looking 27 car. Trouble on the backstretch. Oh no! Violent crash on the backstretch between your 3rd and 4th place cars. Oh no! Oh no! Oh no! 3rd place, Billy Coles, the 70, got out of shape as he exited turn number 2. 75 of Lewis with nowhere to go. Heavy impact. Coles stopped on the track. Lewis in the pit area. And let's hope they are both okay. Safety crew on the scene. We'll wait for a report. Well, race fans, we've got some busted up race cars, but the good news is both drivers appear to be all right. How about a hand for them both? Again, not unlike what we saw here 2 weeks ago when it was the 12 car of Beaupre that got sideways and the 00 of Rizzo who had nowhere to go down in turn 1. This time, as we said, it happened on the backstretch. The 70 car, Billy Coles out of Penticton, exiting turn 2. The car got sideways, and he was hit by the 75 of Lewis. Again, guys that have raced against each other a lot the last couple of years up at Penticton. And Lewis with nowhere to go, just wrong place, wrong time. And really, he hit him hard, but it could have been even worse. I'd have to see a replay to be sure, but doesn't appear to be a ton of damage on the 75, but there is substantial damage on the 70 car. So we've had to red flag this one. Apparently there is more fluid on the racetrack, especially the back straightaway area. So red flag conditions after 29 laps of this 100 lap 5th annual Dryco Drywall Supply Street Stock Outlaw Shootout. Paul Tehran leading Cale Woodski, and unfortunately the third and fourth place cars involved in a nasty accident. So it'll be Paul Theron, the X, once we get going again, the 27 of Woodski. It'll move the 38 of Schouten into the number 3 spot, the 43 of Van Meel, the 66 of Sheen, the 47 of Barrett, and the 12 of Curry. We've lost Rizzo, the 00. We've definitely lost the 70 of Coles, and the crew working on the 75 of Lewis. I would say doubtful, but they're working on it, so hopefully Lewis, a winner twice in the 3 races we've had already here this year. Rob Krickemeyer, the former Agassiz Speedway champion, crew chief, and many others working on the car right now. That number 75 machine. We're used to seeing Derek Lewis out here. Well, he started his career here in the 25 car. Then he moved to the number 7, in tribute to Ron Eaton. And then the 75 machine, just brought it out here for the first time a couple of weeks ago. Former CASCAR stock car. Raced it once here and then raced it at the Gordy Manis Memorial up at Penticton as well. Again, we say hi to all of our friends in the South Okanagan, especially the Penticton area. Hello to Johnny and Jasmine. I know you're watching, the promoters at the Penticton Speedway. So many of you other drivers that had planned on being with us here. Thoughts and prayers to all of you. Hope you're all safe. Hello to all of our friends on Vancouver Island as well. Some of them had planned on being here with us. As mentioned, Leslie and Bob McKellar up in the Okanagan. Pat and Ernie Shepanowski, not far from us in Chilliwack. Sean Holbert down in Everett, Washington. Ben Deathridge tuning in down in Cottage Grove, Oregon, the voice of the Cottage Grove Speedway. How you doing, Ben? Kelly Nicholas, Arlington, Savannah area. As the cars are going again, not quite as much stuff on the track to clean up as we thought there might be. So unfortunately, attrition, don't ask me to spell that, Murray Jones, attrition. If I mentioned Murray, we miss you out here. That 55, beautiful 55 Chevy, number 55. We love seeing out here. Miss you, Murray Jones. President of the Langley Speedway Historical Society as well. Traffic lights are off, which means we anticipate green. Murray, hope you find a ride for my dad's memorial race coming up in 3 weeks. Paul Tarrant, Cale Woodski, .47 Barrett, 38 Schouten, 43 Van Meel, 66 Sheen. So unfortunately, Heath Tarrant, Billy Coles, Derek Lewis. Now done. 29 complete, 71 laps to go. Paul Tarrant, right foot goes down, noise goes up, green flag. Immediately a 2-car breakaway from the field. Your top 2 qualifiers run 1-2 as they have most of the night. Around the Agassiz Speedway, just like Van Earl Wright used to say late night on CNN Sports, look! Look at him go. He used to like the home run deep over the wall in left field as well, if you're scoring with us. Miss those days. Working lap 33 of 100. Gordy Hemrick. That lap was for you, my friend. 33 in the books. Of course, 50 will mark halfway. Tehran with 6-7 car lengths on Woodski. We got a heck of a race for third. Look at the race for third right here. Not Richard Petty, Steve Van Meel, 43, Scouten 38, 66 of Sheen. What a race for third. I love that sprint car wing on top of the 43. Love it. Darren Barrett hanging around the 47 car in the number 6 position. It'll be interesting in a lap or two when Tehran and Woodski come up on that race for third. Again, as we said, still a long way to go in this one. Still over 60 laps to go. You don't want to be taking any unnecessary chances at this point. So let's watch. Paul Tehran, what you gonna do, my friend, when the lap traffic comes to you? The leader, he's the guy that's got to make the decision. Do you go high, do you go low? He'll take the high groove, no surprise. Again, the good friends, Tehran and Woodski. Families have been friends for years. They pit side by side. They help each other a lot at the track, in the shop. Running first and second with 42 laps in the books, 58 to go. Tehran on the outside, around the 38, around the 43. And we now have just 2 cars on the lead lap, the X and the 27. 5 laps away from halfway. 45 complete, 55 to go. Is the 27 of Woodski, is he biding his time? Is he waiting for the second half of the race? Maybe even the fourth quarter of the race to really make his move? Saving the tires just a little bit right now? Only he knows the answer to that. And you could also say the same about Tehran as the leader. Again, these longer races is an entirely different strategy. 100 laps tonight, usually these guys are running 30 or 40. .49 complete, which means we'll be halfway home this time. Daryl Dryco, Vice President of Agassiz Speedway and flagman this year, shows them the cross flags. Halfway, 50 complete, 50 to go. Paul Tehran, Cale Woodski, your lead lap cars. 1 lap down, 43 Van Meel, 38 Scouten, 66 of Sheen. and Darren Barrett. Unfortunately, Coles, Lewis, Curry, and Rizzo exited early, and Keith Tarand did not start the feature race. Let's say hi to all our great friends up in the Okanagan, and shout out to all our great friends over on Vancouver Island as well. Whether you're a competitor or a fan at Western Speedway in Victoria or Saratoga Speedway, up in the beautiful resort community of Campbell River. Trouble, turn 3, trouble. Third and fourth place cars together again. 43 and 38, Van Meel and Schouten racing for third. Again, it was the third and fourth place cars earlier on the backstretch, Coles and Lewis. This accident not nearly as severe, so we'll see and hope that they can both restart. Yellow flag after 54 laps, just past halfway in this one. Well, they're both able to drive away from the accident. How about a hand for both those guys? 43 Van Meel, 38 Schouten. We'll see if they stay on the track or come to the pit area. They're going to the back of the pack either way. So if you have any doubt, because there's going to take a little bit to clean up a little bit of debris off the track in turn 3. If you have any doubt, maybe you want to come to the pit area and have the crew quickly take a look at the race cars. You can see damage to the left rear of the 43. We got Mike Wedge tuning in from Courtney over on the island. Not sure if you're watching with Ron Michaud or not. He's watching from Courtney. And Turner tuning in from way up north in Fort St. John. Again, hello to all of you, wherever and however you are tuning in tonight. So glad you could join us. Again, we had hoped for more cars tonight, and we would have had more if it wasn't for the forest fires. 11 signing in this evening, 10 took the green flag to start the race, and we're down to 6. 2 on the lead lap, the X of Tehran, the 27 Woodski. Race fans, how about a hand for all these guys so far? Lights are off around the speedway. We anticipate green, and we got it. Well, bad news, the 43 car in 38 got banged up a little bit. Good news, they're able to restart. Woodski challenging Terran. Problems for Paul Terran. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. The only driver here tonight with a chance to repeat. But hold the phone, folks. He's got it going again. Not sure what would have happened there. But the X car is moving again. Will he come to the pit area? Yes, he will. Hopefully it's something they can correct quickly, and he'll get back out on the lead lap. Let's hear it for that pit crew down there. Looks like he's got a tire possibly going down, possible tire change on the X machine. Right front as the crew goes to work. Oh, this is huge, folks. We've still got basically half this race left. Only 2 cars on the lead lap. Let's hope he can make it back. Woodski, the 27, the new leader, as we watch the pit crew. Led by Paul's son, Greg Terran. Doug Roots is there, amongst others. And part of the Woodski crew, Paul Woodski, they're helping as well. How about that, folks? Because to be the best, you want to beat the best. And Paul Terran has been the best. The Woodskis, as we said, great friends with the Terrans. They want him to finish this race. And here he comes. Bad news for Paul, he'll have to go to the back. Good news, still on the lead lap with basically half the race still to come. So again, the X of Terran is still second. He's the only other car on the lead lap. 43 Van Meel is third, 38 of Scouten is fourth, 66 Sheen, 47 Barrett. So just past the halfway point, Cale Woodski takes over the number 1 spot. And this is going to be fun to watch. We've talked about it a lot through the years. Terry Kershaw won a lot of championships. Russ Luke won a lot of championships. Paul Terran won a lot of championships. And Cale Woodski has won a lot of races and will win a lot of championships. But it just seems, for whatever reason, we couldn't get them all going 100% together at the same time. You always want to see good, close competition. As the X of Terran dirt tracks his way through 1 and 2. We got some competition between the 27 and the X. Your 2 quick qualifiers tonight. Woodski just turned a lap of 14.4. Terran just turned a 14.3. So Terran, the last couple of laps have been a little faster. As we complete lap number 60. 60 complete. 40 laps to go. Again, 43, Van Meel still running third. 38 of Scouten fourth. 66 of Sheen, and 47 of Barrett. Woodski a little faster than Terran on that last lap. Let's see this time, 14.3, Terran a 14.4. So Woodski a 1/10 of a second quicker the last 2 go-rounds. This time Woodski 14.4, this time Terran also 14.4. Still a long way to go, and traffic will come into play. You know it will. Not if, but when. And a real tip of the cap to the 43, the 38, the 66, and the 47. They all know they're not as fast as the top two tonight, and they are all doing a great job of having a race amongst themselves while at the same time not getting in the way of the leaders. And that does not always happen. Nice job to those four guys. As we work our way towards lap number 70. Again, Woodski coming into traffic now. This will slow him down a little bit. Not a lot, but a little. This is where Tehran must use the traffic to his advantage, because their lap times are so close. Without a yellow or a red, it could be very difficult. But now Tehran's got to deal with some traffic. Not quite Portman Bridge Monday morning traffic. Woodski just turned to 14.6. Tehran just turned to 14.6. 70 complete. 30 laps to go. Cale Woodski trying to become the 5th different winner in this, the 5th annual Dryco Drywall Street Stock Outlaw Shootout. Paul Tehran, the only former winner of this race, and obviously the only one with a chance to become a 2-time victor. Woodski just turned a 14.5. Tehran turned a 14.4. But Tehran's got a little traffic now. Woodski has open track. $74 complete, which means next time by will be 3/4 of the way through this 100-lap feature race. $1,000 to win. $700 for second. So now it's open track for the leaders. So let's watch the lap times. Woodski off of 4, 14.5. Tehran off of 4, also 14.5. And that's not going to do it for Paul Tehran. If he wants to reel in the leader, he may have to hope for a yellow or a red, as long as he doesn't cause it. 14.5, Woodski 14.6 for Tehran the last go round. And again, a great race for third place. Right here, right now, Van Meel the 43, Scouten the 38. Great race for third. Sheen still 5th, Barrett 6th. We now, race fans, have 20 laps to go as Woodski flashes across the stripe in front of us. 80 complete, 20 to go. Woodski turned a 14.6. Tehran just turned a 14.7. Again, Tehran, as we mentioned, as we documented, Terry Willison, as I documented, I don't know why I said we. I'm the only one in the booth tonight. Aaron would be a great color commentator, you know that? I gotta have Aaron Willison here. Maybe even Ryan alongside some night. Look at the race for third. Are you kidding me? 43-38, side by side for third place. Third place pays $500. Fourth place pays $400 if you're scoring with us. Trouble. Oh, and your leader just gets by, and race fans, guess what? we got ourselves a yellow flag, and we may have ourselves an old-fashioned shootout on a Saturday night here at Agassiz. What do you think, folks? Anybody want to see the 27 and the X go at it for $1,000 with 18 laps to go? How about it for these guys? What a show they're putting on. Woodski and Tarand for the lead. And again, folks, a credit to all of them. But how about it for Van Meel and Schouten in that race for third that they've had all night long too, huh? And again, thankfully, everybody is going to be able to restart after that yellow. So now, my good friends, tuning in all around the world and here live in person at Agassiz Speedway, the tires are cooling down a little bit right now. The engine's cooling down, not a lot, but a little bit right now. Woodski had momentum. Momentum is huge, not just in racing, not just in sports. In life, momentum is important. Can he get that momentum back in the waning laps? Does Paul Tarand have something up his sleeve? Tarand, as we said, a four-time track champion, former winner of this race. Woodski, one of the rising stars, former Rookie of the Year in street stocks, mini stocks, and midgets. All right, folks, you know me. Some of you do anyway. You know I'm a curious kind of guy, amongst other things. I like to know what you're thinking. I like to know who you're cheering for. How many of you are cheering for the X, Tarand? How many of you are cheering for the 21-year-old in the 27 car? The 21-year-old leading the 58-year-old, as we said, great friends, but they both want to win this thing here tonight, and we're green again with 18 laps to go. 18 to go. Woodski leading Tarand. Van Meel, Sheen, Schouten, and Barrett as we complete lap number 83. This could get real good as we complete lap 84. Next time by will be 15 laps to go. So he said it's $1,000 to win, it's $700 for second. With 85 laps in the books. They're not thinking about prize money. They're not thinking about points. All they're thinking about is being the first one to the checkered flag. Just a couple of car lengths between the two of them. Still Van Meel third, Schouten fourth, Sheen fifth, Barrett sixth. Again, Coles, Lewis, Curry, and Rizzo done for the night. So he said it's the 21-year-old youngster leading the 58-year-old Paul Tarand. But don't let the young age of 21 fool you, folks. One of the many graduates of the Langley Quarter Midget Association. He's got a lot of laps under his belt here at Agassiz, as we said. Mini stocks, midgets, and now street stocks. The kid is as cool as a cucumber. He's got one of the all-time greats of Agassiz breathing down his neck right now with 10 laps to go. 10 to go. Woodski leading Tarand, but not by much. It's slick out there. You can see the guys sliding a little bit through the corners at times. Tarand right there with 9 to go. And again, traffic could come into play. It often decides these big races. It could very well be a factor here with 8 to go now. 93 complete as they get around the 66 car of Shane. Open racetrack now for a little while anyway. Woodski, 3-4 car lengths the advantage with 5 laps to go. 5 to go. And again, the traffic, the 38 and the 43. Oh, timing is everything. Woodski's going to get to the traffic with just a couple of laps left. This could decide it right here, right now. With 3 laps to go. Heavy rush hour traffic for the leaders. Let's watch this. 3 to go. Woodski and Trot both on the high side. Down the backstretch, 38 drifts up a little bit. Let's watch. Here we go. Trot to the inside. Drag race. Swapping paint with 98 complete. Woodski still leading a Trot out of shape. Oh, Trot loses control. And that may be your TSN turning point right there. White flag, 1 lap to go. Paul Terron with heavy right front damage. Oh, I don't know if he's going to be able to finish it. Final turn, final time. For the first time, Cale Woodski wins our street stock outlaw shootout. And Terron somehow manhandles the car with heavy right front damage across the finish line to take second. I don't know how he finished the race. Van Meel, Schouten, Sheen, and Barrett. Race fans, Cale Woodski and Paul Terron, let them hear ya. I know we only had 11 cars. I know only 6 of them finished. But race fans, you can travel all around the racing world. Paved tracks, dirt tracks, stock cars, open wheel. It doesn't get much better than that. Winning the Dryco Drywall Supply Street Stock Outlaw Shootout for the first time, Cale Woodski. Congratulations, Cale. His dad, Paul, and the whole crew. Well, what a final couple of laps it was. Woodski with the lead. He comes up on the traffic with just a couple of laps to go. Terron, the grizzled veteran that he is, saw an opportunity, went for it, and it almost worked. Woodski, your winner. And there's Paul Terron, the former winner of this race. I don't know how he finished that thing those last couple of laps with that right front busted up. Wow. Wow. What a race. Again, congratulations, Van Meel, Scout, and Sheen. Barrett, your top 6. And Coles, Lewis, Curry, and Rizzo, the top 10. So it'll be $1,000 for Cale Woodski, taking the big prize and the big trophy back to Abbotsford. Paul Terron, $700 in second place. To Langley. And Van Meel, $500 payday for third. And again, a big thank you to Dryco Drywall Supply, locations in Burnaby, Surrey, and Langley, Coastline Drywall. Warren Curry, thank you. And Mike Rush, District Manager, Dryco Drywall Supply, in the winner's circle as well. Along with flagman Daryl Parenko. Jim Olson, Terry and George taking all the photos. In a wild and crazy one here tonight at the Agassiz Speedway. Again, trophies for the top three. Again, congratulations, Cale, Paul, and Mom Tracy. The SKE Enterprises, Tron Fabrication, Alder Steel Mart, Shark Trucking, Terry Price sponsored entry. I know, Terry, you couldn't be with us here, but I know you're watching. Hello to you, Terry. And Paul Teron, the Tron Fabrication, Roots Racing, X-Car. Terry, you got here from Fort St. something pretty quick. I don't know how you did it. Magic Man, Terry Price. And Steve Van Meel with the Ray Jones Sprint Car wing. And the Harding Forklift, Ray Jones Racing 43 car. Again, a huge thank you again to Dryco Drywall Supply, Coastline Drywall, all the other fine folks that donated cash and prizes, Everclear Metal Recycling, Instaglass, Jiffy Lube, Bolt-On Speed Parts, Billy Beasley, Billy Coles, Dennis Christoph, and Chrissy Morgan. As celebrations continue in the winner's circle, again, thanks to all of you for tuning in online. And again, thoughts and prayers to all of you up in the Okanagan. Hope you are safe. Hello to all of you on Vancouver Island. And good luck to everybody planning on racing the Canada 200. Don't forget, you can watch it live on Check TV and live online as well. That'll be Sunday, September the 6th. Late models only this year. But Daryl Midgley and Daryl Crocker and all the fine folks at Western Speedway, I know, will put on a great show. And we remind you that we'll be back at it here at Agassiz Speedway in 3 weeks with the big 2-day show. Same dates, the week after Labor Day, same 3 classes. Dwarf cars, midgets, and vintage racers. Friday and Saturday, September 11th and 12th, the 4th annual Fred Rannard Senior Open Wheel Classic, a rare 2-day show here at Agassiz Speedway. Last year was the first race we'd ever had here on a Friday, and it was the first 2-day show in over a decade. And make sure you check the Agassiz Speedway website and Facebook page in the upcoming weeks for more information. Again, Friday and Saturday, September 11th and the 12th. Tyson Cross and Troy Globe and Kyle Kennedy look to defend their championships. Congratulations to the top 3 tonight in a wild one. Cale Woodsky wins this race for the first time. Paul Teron, a valiant effort, coming home second, and Steve Van Meel in 3rd place. Nice job, gentlemen, race fans. Thank you so much for joining us. We look forward to seeing you back here in person or online for Dad's Memorial Race. Now at this time, on behalf of all of us here at the Agassiz Speedway, I'm Fred Rannard Jr. saying good night. We'll see you back here in 3 weeks.
Sorry, you were saying the lady was saying her boyfriend's gonna join? No. Oh, okay. Hit for Ron.